Hello and welcome to the Humanity, where we do the things with the stuff for the people. I am Matt.
And I'm Tommy, and welcome in everyone tonight. Again, sorry for the late start, but hey, life,
Howdy do.
you know. Yep, do what it be, and such. But we're here, and so are you, maybe, if you're watching. So that was an intro. So tonight, so a couple weeks ago, we discussed whether or not Christianity was a death cult. I don't remember if we came to a conclusion. We probably did.
I
It was
think we
probably yes.
realized there wasn't actually that much to talk about because, apparently it was pretty obvious to
Mhm.
us.
Yeah. So then we just proceeded to begin, I guess, our quest to rip into West Huff, which was a lot of fun. Um, but so this week, we're talking more specifically about MAGA Christianity. Uh, People not familiar with that. Basically, like
What the fuck
here,
you
here
doing?
in Right. Well, I mean, we at least have some international viewers, like at least one. I mean, I know he's Canadian, but
Yeah,
so
but
he
I think the
probably knows
MAGA,
what talk about anything.
international, people know about that.
Yeah, but I don't like to assume,
Mm.
because if there's anything I've learned from my years of being autistic, vast majority of them not realizing it, it's when I make assumptions about other people and how and their end of
Yeah.
a social interaction, I'm usually wrong. So anywho, so yeah, talking about MAGA Christianity here in the States, specifically as it relates to how they've been reacting to the recent flooding in Texas and the very unfortunate losses of life that happened because of that. So I guess maybe slight, whatever, content warning, probably going to be getting into some kind of heavier, sad, dark topics with that because
Yeah.
it's just
We'll,
part
we'll
of it.
find things to laugh at because,
Yeah.
God, it's so dumb. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah.
It
But
would be a really fun, a lot of the stuff that's happening would be a really funny Onion article if it wasn't real.
right. Like a lot of life anymore. Yeah. But before we, and then also that'll be first drink tonight, is we'll be watching a video that Matt sent from Park Rose Permaculture. I think that's the name of the channel. I think I've seen a couple of her. I'm sure you've probably shared some of her stuff with me, but I think I've seen some of her other videos kind of floating around. Good stuff. So yes, well, she's going to be talking about that. Then I guess for a second drink tonight, realize we haven't addressed the Mike Winger yet.
Yeah, I think mostly because we hate him.
Well, yeah, that's fair. For people not familiar, Mike Winger, he's a Christian apologist. I think he's a pastor.
Oh,
Pretty sure he's a pastor
uh,
because I've seen clips of him sermoning. But he also has a YouTube channel where he does the usual apologist bullshit.
he has said some super creepy things about teenage brides and yeah, he's not not a stellar person.
Yeah, and just seems generally kind of obnoxious and annoying, apart from the whole apologetics thing as well. So you got that to look forward to. But before we get into all that, and speaking of things to look forward to and things that are happier than our opening topic for tonight, just confirmed today, yesterday, I don't know, my days don't make sense anymore, but recently, we're excited. In 2 weeks from tonight, so that will be the 30th, we are welcoming as special guest to the show the one and only Mr. Kyle Butler. Butler. Sorry, wasn't sure if I enunciated that properly. Let me try it again. We're welcoming Kyle Butler to the show in 2 weeks on the 30th. So
Welcome to the show in 2 weeks, Kyle Butler.
Yeah, you're happy to be here. I promise.
The pleasure is all yours.
Yeah, he's someone I mean, honestly, mainly wanted to have him on the show. One, because he's awesome, and I think he'd be a great guest at. But also, he's I'm looking forward to actually talking to. And I've been following him on like Facebook, Instagram, and a little him on TikTok. I'm pretty sure he's still on there. But yeah, just really cool guy. Another like former Christian, former pastor, um, and just seems like just one of the genuinely nicest guys in the world, probably. So,
Well,
and
that's good.
yeah, so look forward to that, won't you?
No.
Um, that just ah see, no worries, Kip. You'll find out. I have no idea like how like popular he really is, or like in what circles. Um, for people who are familiar with Durante Lamar, I know he's been on with him before. Um, but yeah, probably like other shows like around the YouTube sphere as well. But anyway, so yeah, so this would be a good chance for people to get to know him if they don't, which I'm excited about. Anyway, so yeah, 2 weeks from tonight, Kyle Butler. I'm excited. All right.
And so can you.
Mm-hmm. Won't you? So, all right. Well, I'm excited about what I'm drinking tonight, so I'm going to get started.
Okay.
My first drink tonight, Stone Hazy IPA. I realized for whatever reason I have a variety of beers in my fridge, but like almost all of them are hazy IPAs. Didn't do it on purpose. It's just kind of how things worked out.
There's a lot of them lately.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, at least the ones I have are good. So
Seems like everybody has at least 3 of them
mm-hmm.
in their product line.
Yeah, I think Stone's got they got at least 3 or 4. Yeah.
I am drinking another Coors Banquet, and this is my last one out of the 6-pack, and I can say that it is an overpriced cheap beer.
Ooh.
It is a cheap beer sold at a like cheap craft beer price,
Mm.
and
Yeah.
I'm displeased with that, because if this was priced for its actual quality, I would get it all the time as a cheap beer.
Mm.
But for $9, not. Because look, there's no head on that, and it's creepy clear,
Mm-hmm.
and it's still fizzing like a soda pop with no head. What's wrong? What's
I
wrong?
know.
What's in
Nothing
it?
worse than
What's in it that makes the bubbles just go like as soon as they hit the surface? Is it the propylene glycol they put in cheap beers sometimes?
No, I think that has more to do with just like the body of the beer or lack thereof.
Oh, okay.
Because yeah, like a good hearty beer, like with the surface of the bubbles, which is the liquid, it's like a little stronger, heartier, or whatever.
I think it's the increased corn, or just the presence of it. Period.
Yeah,
because
that'll do it.
There's gluten in regular beer, and there's a lot less in a corn-based beer. So I'm thinking, because that's that rubbery, sticky goodness.
Yeah, and also a lot of those breweries will use rice as well.
Yeah.
So, in fact, Budweiser actually brags about it. They put it like right on their label, like made with the finest barley and rice. It's like
for those of you who don't know better, be impressed.
But speaking of knowing better, see, Kip knows what's up.
Yeah, they're pretty hardy too.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you get like Imperial Easy.
Yeah, that's how I was actually having a good conversation with Nitty over the weekend. I joined him on his live stream. Found out we're both connoisseurs of the non-alcoholic beers. And I discussed how, in my experience, hazy IPAs are the best, or like the closest to like good beer that I've had in non-alcoholic. So yeah, I think part of it has to do with like the extra body and stuff that the haziness adds to it. Plus IPAs in general, because hops contribute nothing to alcohol, so you can just like load it down with however many you want, and it doesn't change that aspect of it. Because like with the grain, that's why that part of it tastes a little weird. But man, we need to somebody.
Do you have any fine Canadian whiskey?
or just regular Canadian whiskey. You got any
That's good.
Scotch left from?
I mean, isn't
Not
it
over the
all
weekend?
just regular Canadian whiskeys? I'm kidding. There is fine Canadian
Also, like,
whiskey, but I
also
can't tell the difference.
everyone head over to Kip's channel and like become a member, Patreon or whatever, so he can afford some more beer. Help a guy out.
Weiss beers are really good.
Yeah, for that's one style I just could never get into,
Yeah, you
unfortunately.
especially hate the Hofbrau one, which is the most banana clove per
Yes.
liter you can get.
Yeah, they're Hefeweizen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just can't. I mean, I respect a good Hefeweizen. It's a great style. I just, yeah.
Hey Kip, have you ever had a Weissenbach? It's like it's a weedy Bach beer.
Yeah, those I can do. But also, unfortunately, Weizenbach was part of the mixture the very first time I vomited in public at a bar. So the other part was Jaeger,
That was before we were actually
and the third
friends.
part, yeah, and the
But I
third
was
part
there.
was dancing on the table. So
Oh, really?
yeah, it was at Hofbrauhaus.
Yeah, no, I was there.
Yeah,
But I don't
yeah.
remember dancing on the table. I think that was also the time where like I started falling backwards and didn't know till people caught me.
Ooh. Man, did you and Joel drink all the scotch? Jeez, or did he just take it with him? Jerk. So, but you have Canadian whiskey. Like, do you just call it whiskey there?
Probably.
I don't know. I mean, we do still call it American cheese. So,
Well, I mean, we should call it something else, like American cheese
yeah.
food.
Yeah.
That's what's called it. That's what Velveeta cheese is. It's called a cheese food product because it's
Yeah.
cheese adjacent but shelf stable cheese.
Right. Right. Now, I have not been to the Hofbrauhaus in Munich. I've only been to the one in Newport, Kentucky, which is right across the river from Cincinnati. So it's basically Cincinnati. And I think that was there's now like multiple Hofbrauhauses like outside of Germany around the world, but I think the one in Newport was the first one outside of Germany.
Yeah, and it was a party scene
Yeah.
for a bit.
Yeah, because for people who don't know, Cincinnati, where we live, is I guess it's Munich's sister city. Since there's like a huge, or I guess there was a huge like German immigrant population that settled around here. So basically, if you live in Cincinnati, like either you have German ancestry or you know someone who does, but you probably do. I do, even though I'm not actually from Cincinnati. I'm from a little farther to the north. But yeah, tons of German in my background. So
My
yeah,
mom's parents, one of them had the last name Buzzmeyer or Busemeyer if you're nasty, and then that was her dad. And then her mom's last name, no, yeah, her mom's last name was Hans Bauer. So the Hans Bauers and the Busemeyers.
yep. Yeah, see, in my family, like my mother's maiden name was Mossbacher. There's also just Bauer in the family. Yeah,
A giant
and then on the
stein,
other
like
side there.
Kip
Ooh,
says he's still a giant stein, like a liter
actually,
stein, like the one with like the giant golf dimples in it, the golf ball dimples. Here Tommy goes.
I mean, like one of these. See, I use it to store cooking utensils, but and also from those, like Matt may remember this, and I don't know if any of our other viewers, maybe a couple. If you remember, this is from the very first Valhalla Day.
Yeah. Oh, with the drinking and the fighting?
Yes.
Oh, that was such a bad idea.
Yes, I was going to say it was varying levels of good idea that night. Now, the laser tag beforehand was fun, but the boxing in the basement afterwards,
Yeah.
that was not smart.
Yeah, in an excellent dude fashion, it did go on for longer than was a good idea. Like everybody's like, huh,
Yeah.
let's see what happens. Well, that was pretty bad. How much worse can it get? And then we started seeing people just get like haymaker clocked and shit.
Yeah.
Some guys like, I
Yeah.
don't need headgear. I know Taekwondo and shit. And
Did not go well.
yeah.
So. Anyway, so let's get to some things that people might actually understand.
Yes,
Let's say.
things outside our sphere of only we know.
Yes. So I guess to Man, I feel like I'm about to bring the mood like all the way down. Um, but yeah, just to like preface this, as sure a lot of people are aware. How long ago was it? Like, was it last week or the week before? Recently, some pretty severe flooding down in Texas. Um, Perhaps like one of the more depressing parts of it. In the path of the flooding, there was this church camp for young girls, and I don't remember what the death toll was, and I just don't want to know the number right now because it's depressing enough.
It was around 20.
Yeah, thank you.
There you go.
Uh, um, but yeah, so like so many things like that are tragic like this, Christians just can't help but give really cringy, shitty, messed up responses to it.
And
And
shitty perspectives.
yes, and this was no different. So people may have seen there was this popular image going around of these little girls up in heaven, like wearing T-shirts that had the name of the camp. I don't remember what it was, but they were up in heaven, like, and Jesus was like giving them hugs and stuff. And, and this was, I remember the first time I saw someone post it, like on my like Facebook timeline, like because like I also follow like some pages that kind of like mock things that like Christians will post, like to show you believe this meme that like the Christians are sharing. Like, so I legit thought it was that, so I about gave it a laugh react, but then I saw like who it was from. Like, oh no, someone's actually sharing this in earnest. Um,
Oh no.
but but the best part, and I've seen this multiple times on multiple different postings of it, people will like comment like, "Oh, who's the artist who made this? I love it." When it's very clearly AI.
It's like, oh, your people are fucked. If you can't tell the
Yeah.
difference,
So
it won't be
so
long
it's
until like, yeah,
yeah.
that's the least
Yeah,
of your
so
problems.
it's right. Yeah. So it's basically like a lot of the attitude behind this is like, yeah, this is tragic, but hey, it's okay because now these little girls are up in heaven with Jesus, so it's all okay.
Yeah, on a
Which
related thing,
uh,
before we go too far, uh,
mhm.
that camp had um, like inspection issues, and
Yeah.
there was something relating to a camp expansion where they had buildings removed, or um, they had been in trouble in the past for either putting or wanting to put buildings um, in a like flood problem area, and they're already
Yeah.
in a floodplain right there, like where that property is, but they just like wanted to put it deeper into the flood problem.
Yeah.
Poor choice of words, Matt. Deeper with the
Yeah.
waters.
Yeah.
So yeah, this was yet again another church camp that doing shady stuff, and or just trusting God too much.
Right? Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, so
We'll test the
so
Lord, but also test him. Depends where you look in the Bible.
yeah. Yeah. So
So I guess don't do anything. Don't do anything.
yeah, 'cause especially I guess that works out if you're a Calvinist. It's all predetermined anyway, so you don't got to worry about it because it'll all just kind of happen. Um, so so Matt sent me this video from his YouTube channel, Park Rose Permaculture, where this lady. Do you know the lady's name by chance?
Fuck. No, I don't.
Hmm.
She
Well,
has said
anyway.
it before, but no, she hardly ever refers to herself by name.
Hmm. Okay. Yeah, I was just curious, but seems nice. So yeah, so we'll show this. But first, like, I mean, we've heard from Kip, but like anyone else in the chat want to share what you're drinking this evening? That's something I keep forgetting to like let everyone know. Like,
Or what you're wearing.
yeah, especially if it's a red polo and khakis, because that would be hilarious. Um, Jake from State Farm. Anyway,
I didn't get it, but I laughed anyway.
I appreciate that because I do that all the time. At myself sometimes. Um, so yeah. because I keep forgetting to mention things like, hey, let us know what you're drinking, because we do like to keep this very much feeling just like a casual hangout with y'all. So if you're enjoying a beverage this evening, let us know.
Oh,
But
so just like to preface, she's not a Trump person.
right,
Very much left. Um, in fact, I think she might be wearing guillotine earrings in this one. uh, she's from Portland. She does have like that feisty white feminist kind of attitude. Um, too hot for clothes in Canada. My word.
well, because climate change is not real. So
Yeah. So typically she's on has good insight and a perspective that is in touch with reality.
which is very refreshing.
Yeah.
All right. So, I think I watched this, but yeah, probably, yeah. All right. So, all right. So let's hear what this nice lady has to say.
Watching the frankly disturbing response of Trumper evangelicals on social media after the floods in Texas has convinced me that those folks who were saying that Trumper evangelicals are in a death cult, they might be right. Now, I'm sure that those Trumper Christians would argue that they're not in a death cult. They just really care about the life everlasting. They are focused on the hereafter. They are storing up their treasures in heaven. Their focus is on, depending on their branch of Christianity and their beliefs, either heaven and being with Jesus in heaven, or the resurrection of the body and the life everlasting, the new heaven and the new earth. There is very much a preoccupation with what happens in the hereafter, and not so much a concern about people's suffering and lives right now, today, what is happening to human beings living on the earth. And we have seen that the way that Trumpers have been relatively unbothered, I would say extremely unbothered, by the massive cuts to USAID by Elon Musk. The Lancet now says 14 million people will be dying. It is
That's twice the Holocaust.
Already 300,000.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
more than twice the Holocaust. And something like 300,000 in Africa have already died. That's the estimate. From not getting food and medicine. Like HIV meds they need to stay alive and shit like that. And insulin. And both of those are fucking dirt cheap and cost hardly anything. Like it's... Right. Oh, and there was a news story where apparently Trump
quick, welcome, Anarchic Fox.
Oh, yeah, hello.
Anarchic, yeah. I always feel like I'm mispronouncing your name there, but I think I usually get it.
I like it. I like it's a little bit of a controlling thing on other people, and I understand. Where you're like, well, I can make them do things. I can make them stumble on their words every time they say my name.
Yeah, if you get off on that, sure.
I did see a headline that food was being burned instead of sending it to the recipients. Yeah. I didn't read the article because I just couldn't at that moment.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, good. So we're just like Disney villain bad now? Like,
yeah.
But everything is falling apart for him right now. And it's all his fault. And I'm really digging it.
Yeah, that part's been fun to watch.
He's just digging a hole more and more.
Yeah. It's like with all this like insane, like and terrible bullshit he's doing, it's like at least more people are hating him now.
Yeah, people are waking up. Today he disowned his followers.
Yeah.
Like the ones that were like asking him like, the ones who care about victims of sex trafficking and who perpetrated it and getting the justice for everyone involved. And he's like, I don't understand why people care about all this. He's like, it's just bullshit. And then his supporters who are wanting it released still. He calls them past supporters now. And he's like, he doesn't need them. I don't need them. They're evil people. And I was like, oh my God, he just triggered so many more MAGA deconstructions.
Yep. I hope.
Well, there are more and more people who are getting more and more pissed, and like it's pretty much impossible now to deny that he's in there. He's on the list, and he helped fund it. I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
So people are trying to do it. They're trying to blame other people. But it's not going to go anywhere. The percentage of people who will be able to do that and hang in there in the cult is not going to be worth anything.
Yay.
Well, I mean, they might get more violent being a rabid minority. So.
Right. All right. Let's keep going with this nice lady.
1,000 people have died, almost all of them little children, because Elon Musk gutted USAID and shoved a bunch of our taxpayer money right into the pockets of billionaires. Evangelical Christians don't seem that bothered by it. They don't seem that concerned when people suffer and die.
I know.
Now, we could talk about how in a lot of evangelical America, especially for women and children, suffering is seen as a moral good, right? The more you suffer, the more you are showing a Christ-like sacrifice, and the more you will be rewarded, especially if your suffering is so that men can be comfortable. So that
Did you hear that? So that men can be comfortable. When she said that, I'm like, I've never heard it put so simply in so few words.
Yeah, let's see.
Because I'm a man.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, that's like, yeah, I'd never like thought about it in those terms before, but it's like, yeah.
And like I'm thinking of like myself and anybody from past recent life in that prayer ministry. Those guys, they would try to defend that and try to explain why she's wrong, but like. I think they would all be aware of how terrible they sound trying to do that. They would still feel obligated to do it.
Yeah. Well, you see, she has a Jezebel spirit, obviously.
You know what? It's those critical thinking skills. They're just so fucking evil if they're in a woman.
But yes.
Yeah, she did.
Nailed it.
Yeah, she has some like real biting takes, and there have been some. She got like fake pizza deliveries sent to her house because people were trying to intimidate her because they know where she lives. And yeah, she ripped them to shreds in later videos. Just like really ripped into them, made fun of them for being like cowards and such like little boys that they're sending like prank pizzas to her house to try to intimidate her.
Yeah,
and she's like, "What? Are you 13 to have a crush on me? What the fuck?"
If someone wants to like, but hey, I'm willing to actually like give my address out if people just want to send me pizza. Like, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Yes, but yes, we do. Yes, we do. So for people, see, I guess I don't know how widely known this term Jezebel spirit is, but
it's the only evil spirit named after a human.
Right. Yeah, it's named after.
Well, except Ahab is another one, the Ahab spirit, but that one is very much related to the Jezebel spirit. It wouldn't exist if there wasn't a Jezebel spirit.
Right. But so for people aren't familiar, it's named after Queen Jezebel from the Hebrew Bible, Old Testament. Kip, if you're still here, you might have to remind me which book. I want to say it's one of the Kings. But basically, she's just like portrayed in the story as a bad influence on the king Ahab of Israel. That is also important. So you can see, I guess, in the story, like kind of corrupted him and was being too uppity and controlling or whatever.
Well, he was also kind of, yeah, he was, and he was passive and like deferred to her in things, and you can have that. But like from the story, he was clearly unqualified to lead based on his character. So. But he should have, because I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, just by default. But so the whole like accusation of a woman having a Jezebel spirit is basically a woman like just being uppity in their view, or
Doesn't
just,
know her place.
yeah. Or the way I like to describe it is a Jezebel spirit. That just means a woman is making other men uncomfortable in whatever fashion.
/ turned
So,
on. Because there's always a
well,
component.
oh, of course. Mm-hmm.
It's almost always uh, an attractive woman who gets labeled Jezebel. And I think it's because like conservative Christian dudes are upset that like they kind of want to defer to her because they're kind of like turned on by this whole thing, like a woman telling them what's what. But they're like mad about that. I also think that's why so many Christian conservative dudes are like just have like hate boners for AOC all the time. It's just
Yeah. Yeah.
like because you see like so many like congressmen, they like just go off on her in interviews, or like dude talk show hosts going off, and it's like if you weren't angry, I'd swear you were like jerking off right now. Or even if you are, I don't know how you do it. Maybe you are angry.
Yeah, you can be angry and jerk off.
That makes actually more sense. You know,
Mm-hmm.
like yep, yeah, angry jerking off. That makes a whole lot more sense.
Right? Yeah. But
King
but
actually
actually,
means unqualified to lead. Yeah, usually. I mean, eventually, pretty quickly, they get inbred enough to where they might only be qualified to sit on a fancy chair.
right. But speaking of the Jezebel spirit, speaking of, and also speaking of other YouTube channels, I'd like to give a shout out to. If people are familiar with Christy Burke on YouTube.
Oh yeah, another. She has the Jezebel Vibes channel.
Yeah, because I guess when she started on TikTok or whatever, just sharing about like deconstructing why Christianity sucks and all that stuff. Somebody commented on one of her videos saying that she was given like Jezebel vibes, so she just kind of took that and ran with it and like made like a whole line of merch that just said Jezebel vibes. Like I think it might have even been the name of her channel at some point. I don't remember, but
she is a thorn in the side for Congresswoman. That like her Congresswoman cannot stand her because she goes to she like the town hall things.
And
she goes there and shouts like pointed questions.
Like respectfully, like on point, like valid questions, like trying to get her to respond to real
things reporters should be saying or asking, but they're not, and so she does.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. See.
Yep.
Fox knows. So yeah, go check her out, Christy Burke. It's Kristi.
Hey, that reminds me.
Hold on, I'm still spelling her name. Kristi. Burke. I know like both like Christy and Burke can both be spelled multiple different ways. So yeah, Kristi Burke. Look her up.
Okay, so sorry, I was just excited about this because I've been wanting to say something I forgot. She put a thing out on YouTube, just like a little pic, and there's this thing that you can text to. You text resist to 50409, and it's essentially AI supported letter writing campaign. It's really simple. You can do it like right from your texting in your phone. You get like alerts when somebody has put out a new letter. And you can sign on to the letter and email it to your representatives. Once you have it set up, it's just a few seconds every time you get an alert if it's something you want to sign on to. But like in the last week, I've been a part of things probably 20. In the last week, at least 20,000 people have sent letters to their Congress people. So it's a pretty good deal. I don't know how effective it is because elections, who knows now? And
but
but
it's like who's got money?
every little bit that can be pulled off can slow it down, and slowing it down is good because it gives us potentially a chance to pull ahead. And that's where we're headed now. Like, unless we get involved in a world war, it might be happening pretty soon where things flip. Because nothing speeds authoritarianism.
Not for the World War. Yeah, not for the World War part, but
yeah. Because things are crumbling way faster. Well, we were like Third Reich adjacent in a matter of months, and now like they might be blowing their whole plan because old racist man. I was like, do you know how awesome it would be? Yeah, you do. But it would be so awesome if this was their one chance to like nail fascism and like really get there before the world flips towards a more left position, because that's where the world is going. And they blow it. And they just blow it all on just the worst person ever. And he's so bad at everything. He wrecked one of the most complete takeover plans in the history of the world. It's Project 2025. Like, literally, all he had to do was follow the plan, and we were all fucked. He couldn't do it. He couldn't do it because probably has a small mushroom penis, and he's just so angry at the world. He's just like, fuck everybody. It's just like, if I'm going to be forced to have this mushroom chode, then it's like, if I can't have it, nobody can have it kind of thing. But somehow equated penis with life. I don't know. Although now that I say that, does kind of make sense if you're a dude. It's kind of like hardwired into your DNA.
You say so. All right. But real quick, I'm just going to try a real quick
Actually, no.
Shift, see how I like this.
That's a stereotype. Never mind.
Yeah, that kind of works. But I'm going to... There. All right. So just ignore that, like... That's not actually me down on the screen over there. It has my name there, but...
Oh.
But yeah. This is a decision we made, like, last week, because...
Lovely
we're just so used
Tommy.
to, like, every... What's that?
Lovely blouse, Tommy.
Oh, thank you. So, yeah, we decided last week to, like, put our names back on the screen because until recently, we've been used to, like, everyone who watched the show, like, already knew us, basically. Then we started getting people like, wait, which one's which? What are your names? So, like, yeah. So there they are. Anyway, all right. Back to this.
Comfortable so that men have their needs taken care of, and suffering is seen as really good. So we see women and children, especially in a lot of evangelical circles, be very much indoctrinated with this, like, don't worry if you're suffering, and also, like, maybe don't be super worried if other people are suffering because you're going to get your reward in heaven for it.
Yep.
But also this, like, don't worry about dying because you're going to go to heaven and be with Jesus, or don't worry about dying because you know what, you're going to have bodily resurrection and, you know, have life everlasting very, very soon. Don't worry about what's happening to you here on earth because this is only temporary. And so there is this, not necessarily preoccupation with death, but this lack of concern over death, and maybe even celebrating when death happens, when other people might see death as a very sad thing, might grieve over the loss of somebody. Evangelical Trumpers especially have this tendency to just completely disconnect from that grief process and want to transition right to, like, we should be rejoicing because they're in heaven. And my eldest kid called me last night. We were talking about this very subject, and she's like, oh, have you seen the AI Jesus art about the little girls who drowned?
I have not seen this yet.
No, I haven't. All I've seen are posts by Republicans who are just like, at least these little girls are celebrating with Jesus. Oh, these little girls get to go to heaven sooner than I do, which I thought was creepy enough. There's AI Jesus Camp Mystic art that's circulating on the internet. When you or I might be horrified at the fact that these girls died unnecessarily, that there were serious concerns about the response from county, state, and the federal government when there's serious concerns about the way that gutting funding for the National Weather Service impacted the warning ahead of time and the response after, when there is significant concern about how this Christian camp, Camp Mystic, lost their accreditation. But people don't want you to talk about that because that's politicizing the deaths of these
Oh,
children.
is it?
Well, they're using the deaths of these children.
Yeah.
Gonna-
Which, let's go ahead. I think she does show the
Yeah,
art.
she gets
Yeah,
there.
okay.
Yeah. Any memories come up? Yeah, it is.
Mm-hmm.
But I've heard we heard all that before. Like we told people that shit.
Yeah, I've said a lot of this stuff.
And
yeah,
no, you can't shortcut grieving. You can't.
Yeah.
You can't shortcut it. It like that process like stalls and gets stuck somewhere in your head.
Mm-hmm.
In a place where you have to now cut yourself off from it, or I don't know, you're sinful or you're not trusting God or something, and then you get more and more disconnected from like that part of you.
Yeah, well, because from my experience, from what I remember all my years as a Christian, especially like evangelical fundamentalist, it's like there's that feeling. It's like God is in complete control. Everything that happens is like for His purposes, and everything, as it says, like all things work together for good. So it's like either it's like, okay, there may be this huge like tragic event, but God's going to bring something good out of it, even if it's literally just, oh, well, all those people who died, they're in heaven now with Jesus. So if nothing else, that's a good thing. But
did you ever feel did you feel a twinge like when you told yourself that or told other people that? Did you feel a twinge like in your brain go like, oh no, but then you like stuffed it down?
Well, certainly later, like in my Christian life or whatever, but
okay,
because I even remember like as a Christian, thinking at odds. So because another common response in a lot of these tragedies is for the people who do survive to be all, oh well praise God, I survived, God blessed me and protected me, but like thinking, okay, how does that sound to all the people who didn't make it? And that's honestly was one of the ultimate things that led to my deconversion, because like people know my story, like me, like deconverting from Christianity and within a matter of a couple of months becoming atheist happened right on the heels of surviving stage 4 cancer and being like surrounded by all these Christian people tell me, oh, look what God did for you. He clearly loves you so much. He healed you. But all I could think of is like, what about like all the like thousands, if not millions of people who like not just died of any cancer, but even like the specific cancer that I had. And really the only reason I survived is because treatments just in the past several years have like taken off, where like literally like had I like had the same diagnosis like 10 years earlier, I'd probably be dead. Like, is that because God wouldn't have loved me as much back then, or because?
Well, He loved you through, medicine and science, is what someone might say.
Yeah, and my response to that is, well, if that's how He chooses to love me, couldn't He have found a way that's cheaper?
Also,
because holy fuck,
isn't that extra steps? Like, couldn't He just poof, you're better now? I mean, like, couldn't somebody just pray for you and poof?
Right? No, but that's but people who prayed for me, like they want to take credit for the medicine. Oh, we prayed and then God answered with medicine. Okay, and this is like a whole rant I could go on, and I actually did. So I guess instead of going on that rant now, I'll just plug the little Sunday video I did on this a month or so ago about how like God heals through medicine. But why? Like I touch on the whole like couldn't you have picked a way that's cheaper or more readily accessible? But I also talk about how
couldn't you pick a way that doesn't cost you thousands?
Yeah, tens of thousands.
Yeah.
But also, if sin is supposed to be a natural, if things like sickness are supposed to be a natural consequence of sin, and so therefore this is what God set up, like this is what's going to happen. Why would He give us the tools to circumvent what He had set up as the natural punishment for our sin, it seems like he's working at cross purposes with himself, pun very much intended. But yeah. Anyway, but hi, Missing Mod.
Hello.
You're saying hi to Fox. I'll say hi to you as well.
Here,
I think
Fox
he
said this
said
a minute ago too.
yeah.
I wonder how the praise of these deaths as a fast track to Jesus is also related to some of the reactions to mass shootings. Like sociologically, the U.S. deals with a lot of mass death tragedies. Yeah, I kind of wonder if that goes like also like all the way back to how the country started, like pushing into other people's lands and like them fighting back, and there being a lot of death and people also thinking this is where God wanted them. And like you got to find a place to put all that death, because there were a lot of native people who were slaughtered. It was literally a genocide. It was ethnic cleansing and genocide on an enormous scale. Like, as far as landmass, possibly the biggest genocide in the history of the world.
Right.
So yeah, I don't know. Like, maybe finding a place to put all that death and making it a good for you and the country.
Yeah. Well, here now she's saying hi to us. Hi. I saw your comment earlier, apologizing for being so late. That's all right. We were actually quite late this evening. Like, we've been going for less than an hour at this point, so you haven't missed too much, I guess. But
I'm going on vacation tomorrow and had to run an errand.
So, and thanks for hoping we're doing well. Are we doing well?
Thank you.
I think so.
What are we going to do about it now, though? What, that we're doing well? You plan on messing it up?
Yeah. What are we going to do about it? No.
Oh, like you're talking about how our country started and all that. Well, no, you're right. We can't undo it. We can. I don't think we have to try to fix it either, because that's also kind of white people fix. White people fix, make good. Like, so right. No, I think we just like start where we are. Like, there's a whole lot of shit being done to Native Americans on reservations still. Like, there's a reason why they're poor and drink a lot and have meth issues. I think meth is a big problem now too. Like, there's, yeah. Apparently, what we did in the past wasn't good enough. Had to keep doing it.
Yeah, right. But Matt is interesting. I'm glad you hope you're doing well. That's the first step.
Oh, it's good to dream.
Yeah. All right. So yeah. I was going somewhere several minutes ago.
I do that
with the whole. We all do it. We can blame the chat too for their darn helpful interactions. And compliments and well-wishing.
Making the show even better.
Fie on all of it. Fie, I say. I don't even remember what that means.
I don't either.
So yeah. Word. Yeah. Drugs and alcohol see no race or status. We'll take any.
Yeah, well.
Yep. So yeah, where was I going? Oh yeah, so the whole why Christians respond to tragedy by basically just bypassing the grief and just going straight to everything's fine because Jesus. And remembering from my experience,
don't ask why.
Right? Because like we had to view God as all loving and all good, especially if he's the one in control, then really nothing that happens is really bad because God's going to make it work out. And like I said, if nothing else, and all these people who died, well, they're in heaven now, unless they weren't Christian, then I don't know how it's supposed to be comforting. But
that depends who you are, like what you need to feel comfortable. Do you need to feel like, oh, he's probably letting them into heaven? Or do you need to feel like, oh, they probably are in hellfire? It's like whatever makes you feel good.
Yeah, and for some confusing conversation on whether or not certain people go to hell, whether they're too young or just too remote and haven't heard, like see our last couple weeks videos with Wes Huff, like tripping all over his damn self and contradicting himself, and oh, that was painful. But
I think personally he
beer
might
helped
have been a little thrown off by the brown person saying smart things.
because he was that guy on the right side of the screen. I don't remember any of their
He
names.
had such garbage to say back to that guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he was making fantastic points. But anyway, but yeah, but I feel like Christians just kind of bypass all of that because it's that like cognitive dissonance of like everything God does is good. Everything God does is good. This natural disaster thing happened, so clearly that's in like God's domain of things happening. So He at least let it happen. So we just have to think it's good. So like, yeah, I mean, yeah, okay, we're like kind of sad that some people died because that kind of hurts a little bit, but ultimately, like it's all good. It's like, there's that pressure to like you have to get to that place because faith. To like everything's actually fine. So yeah.
No, grieving is not such that she's been grieving for 2 years now, and that I wish I could be happy about it. Yeah, no, like
Yeah.
if you're grieving and you're actually there's no wrong way to grieve. The important thing to do is to
Right.
finish processing it, and if that feels
Mhm.
full, then that's what your brain
Yeah.
needed to do, or that's what like you as a person had to go through to actually
Yeah.
finish it.
Yeah.
Autistic
So
people don't always grieve that way. Like for me, it was like I was in the hospital. Like my dad passed away. They called it. He had technically already passed away, um, and I like had a PTSD. And I'm not. That's not like an exaggeration or a joke. I am diagnosed with PTSD. So I had a PTSD episode, and I'm like freaking out because I know my heart rate, my blood pressure is stupid high. And I said to the nurse that like you need to take my blood pressure, and she goes, "I think that would be a bad idea." Uh, yeah. So um, that was hard. So my grief involved a lot of like explosive grief at the beginning, and then a lot of wondering why I didn't feel worse for longer. Uh,
hmm.
and then it was just kind of like feeling numb around the topic and needing to unpack it so I could feel better. But it was not. So yeah, grieving is messy. There's whenever it looks whenever somebody appears dismissive of grief, that's a wrong way to do it.
yeah. So yeah. So if you
Maybe
actually
there's a
are
wrong way
grieving,
to do
like,
it.
yeah, that's good. Yeah, I guess the wrong way to do it is to bypass it and just go straight to like the kind of bullshit that this video here is addressing.
Here, before we get back to the video, I just want to. I think
Yeah,
Maud said this.
I was about to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's been the hardest thing she's ever been through, and I feel like she'll never be the same. Yeah, but she believes she'll see her dad again. Yeah, no, I agree. It is. It is hard. I hope I see my dad again. Like, I hope that like after we die, that like there's something, like something good, uh, or something at least that I'll perceive as good at the time, even if I don't think it's good now. But yeah, uh, but I had because I don't know that's going to happen. So I had to get comfortable with my dad being gone, like possibly forever, and what that means for me now, and realizing that focusing on the parts of him I carry with me, and that sounds cliche and stuff, but like it's, I think if that probably feels different for everybody. Um, and personally, I would advocate that everybody who loses a loved one or a friend um, would get okay with the concept of like maybe I won't see them again. My mom can't do that. Like she needs to believe and like be sure that she'll see him again. Uh,
Yeah, which makes sense.
yeah, I think everybody needs different stuff. Um,
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no,
Yeah. And,
no, and Missing Mod, you don't have to feel bad about bringing up hard feelings.
yeah.
'Cause I think about it all the time, and I'm fine talking about it.
Yeah.
Uh,
And also just want to like address this. Like, yeah, Christians are just trying to be positive. Like, yeah, I mean, I get it. Like I said, me and Matt, we were both Christians for decades. So, and
positivity
also
can
like,
get toxic.
yeah, like I said, especially like I'm talking more like in terms of like what's being discussed like by this lady in this video and how they're like a lot of Christians feel that pressure to just bypass the grief, which if you're actually going through the grief, like facing it head on and like not just trying to say, no, everything's actually fine when it's not, then yeah, that's good. But, and also like, that's also one of the hard things for me. Like whenever we talk about Christianity or the church or religion or whatever, specifically with Christianity, like there are just so many different types. So like when we say things like, well, Christians do this, I mean, obviously there are going to be exceptions just because there are just so many different kinds of Christians. And seem like anytime we say something about Christianity, there's going to be so many Christians popping in. And honestly, like rightfully so, saying, well, that's not how we do it. It's like, okay, yeah, but it's just so hard to every time say, to kind of qualify every statement. Now, we're not talking about all Christians, just these one certain ones and this particular, like, so basically, like, I guess just a blanket. If what we're saying doesn't apply to you, then it doesn't apply to you. Now, feel free to like Mod is doing here, like, yeah, if that doesn't apply to you and you want to make sure to say, hey, that's not me, yeah, please do. That's always good for us to know. Make sure we know where folks are coming from as we're addressing things. But yeah,
Yeah, I think maybe okay. So Anarchic Fox, there you go. Same thing.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, sometimes positivity can be toxic. It's okay to be frustrated, sad, regretful. Emotions are valid. Yeah, okay. I think that's probably when somebody's doing it wrong is when they don't appear to be having emotions about it.
Mm.
Now you can not appear not to be having emotions about it and still be having emotions. Not having having emotions internally, like you don't let anybody see.
Right.
Uh,
Right. And that's something I've noticed, like for me, just and I've found out recently. Oh, that's the tism. Is sometimes I will be actually having the emotions on the inside, but I have trouble actually expressing them. Because like it's like
yeah,
I'm feeling the things, but like my body, like physically, just has no idea how to show it. So then I have to do and like engage in what I like to refer to as manufacturing genuine responses. So I'll be in a situation where I know, okay, I definitely am feeling some heavy things, and I know, like, given the situation, it's expected that I'm going to be feeling some heavy things. Like everyone else is like visibly emoting, I should probably visibly emote too. So in a way, I'm like faking it or acting, but it's acting out a genuine feeling that I'm having to force a response.
yeah.
If that makes any
And
sense.
by acting out the feeling that you're
Yeah.
having, even if it's not like
Mm-hmm.
moving to the surface on its own, uh, it helps you participate in the group grieving or the group feeling, which is good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, I'm not sure exactly what you mean by the gain flavored variety of Christian.
Is it like Gain
But I,
detergent, which is kind of like I guess it's detergent, like that kind of thing.
that's what I was thinking too. Like, the gain flings or whatever. And James, welcome to the show. One of our top fans on Facebook. I hope you're wearing that badge with pride. Performing.
Oh,
I mean,
is
yeah,
that,
you can.
is that an official thing?
Yeah,
All
you can
right.
be. I mean, but it doesn't mean much. I mean, I earned a top fan badge for Toby Mac by like sharing one of his memes and saying "fuck you, Toby Mac." So
Must have gotten some
yeah.
engagement. I don't know.
All right, gain soap. All right, I still don't actually know what that actually means. I understand what you're making the metaphor with, but I don't understand how that applies to a brand of Christianity. But
Huh.
cool.
Is that like Walmart brand Christianity?
Well, whatever you are, we're
Which I
glad
guess
you're
means
here.
like Chinese Christianity, because Walmart brand stuff is it's all like stuff that Chinese people won't buy. So they send it to us.
All right, well, I feel like we've been keeping this nice lady on freeze frame for long enough. And fortunately, I'm doing better with like not pausing her in awkward faces like I was doing with Wes last week.
I don't know if she makes awkward faces. Maybe there's something about like the psychology of a person where if you freeze frame them, like there can be some like just terrible faces. I don't know. That's just me wishful thinking. It's like playing the record backwards and it says worship Satan or something.
Except for like, see, I guess I don't have any records with the music I listen to. Like when you play it forward, it says worship Satan. Basically, I'm curious, like what it would be in reverse. If it would be more like Jesus is awesome, everybody tithe. I don't know. That was a Freezing Moon by Mayhem.
Isn't that the exact same thing as saying tip your waitress? Somebody on a stage like it says something about like giving time or whatever.
Okay. Everything is mixing. Okay. I think I get it. Yeah, sorry.
Now I don't get it. So I'm going to pretend I didn't see that.
All right. Well, back to the Vidya. So where were we?
Dying children, Christians love it.
To instead want to avoid talking about these situations and then almost like rejoice over them. Right, so posts like this one, every parent's nightmare unfolded at Camp Mystic, yet Scripture assures us that he draws near to the brokenhearted. And as Jesus himself promised, though she die, yet shall she live. The girls are gone from us, but not from him. So for me, it's just such a weird, like, this is what they're posting. All
the way she goes, is a really loaded pronunciation of weird. Just really weird.
But good. Like, so now no one gets it. So it's all equal. So it's
we deconstructed a viewer comment.
We've made people even skeptical of themselves. This is fantastic. Nihilism, FTW.
Seeing somebody say that makes me mad because it's like trying to talk somebody out of grieving. And I feel like worse for the parent who hears that and is like, that's a great point. Like who lost a child and that kind of like that parent. Because like, no, you should probably be mad that someone is saying like your baby died and this is good. Because like as a parent, like if your kid dies, your baby died. Doesn't matter how old they are. And somebody trying to put a positive spin on that, fuck you. Give it at 5 years at least, and then don't even say it. Maybe test the water. Like,
yeah, right. I mean, that's something I've thought. I mean, like we have kids, and I'm like even if it wasn't like one of them died, but just something terrible ended up happening to one of my kids, like no matter what it was, if someone tries to come up to me and tell me that, oh, it's okay, this is all God's plan, he knows what he's doing, like
that feels like a threat.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, especially like, okay, I will guarantee this, if it is like where they are like no longer with us and someone tries to that bullshit on me, like you'll be lucky if you leave that conversation with a throat. I'm just saying.
No, yeah, seriously, like
that's not a threat. That's a fucking promise. So
yeah, Dad, the wild animal kicks in.
Anyway,
so it's almost like a threat to the memory of your kid when somebody says that.
Yeah. So is she saying that Jesus stops mourning? Well, or here's how I would take it. Like whenever I would be going through a hard situation as a Christian. And like reading verses like they're saying, oh, he's near to the brokenhearted. He like wipes away all your tears. He comforts you. Like it would be more like, I know Jesus is supposed to do this. So I would feel like if I'm still feeling sad about something, then I'm messing up. Like I'm doing something wrong. My faith isn't strong enough. I'm not feeling his presence enough. It's not comforting me enough. And that's my fault because can't be his fault.
Yeah, if your grief is all consuming, which grief is sometimes, and it was for me, like you feel guilty because you couldn't there's no room for Jesus in your grief because it's all consuming.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, as Missing Mod, good point. Yeah. Jesus literally mourned while he was here on earth. It's like it's one of the most famous because it's the shortest verse in the Bible. John 11:35, Jesus wept. I think that was in the story of the death of Lazarus. So even in a situation where like Jesus knew, I'm assuming Jesus knew he was going to bring him back to life, still when he showed up and like everyone was mourning, Jesus wept. Like that's actually kind of a cool moment. As much as I give Jesus some shit, he had his moments.
Hey, James, I don't. I think I need some more clarification. I'm not sure what promises you're referring to.
Yeah, I'm not still a Christian, by the way, if that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, if you were still Christian, you wouldn't be making promises like that. I'm not sure what promises you're talking about. So if you could clarify,
yeah, but also like
that would be helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nonviolent resistance movement. Yeah, that he was, but it was more like he took a third way, and that third way was somewhat resistant to both religious and government power structures.
Yeah,
but he wasn't like a nonviolent zealot. I wouldn't call him that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's a threat, not a promise. Yeah, I was saying that as me now, and I am not a Christian, so trying to hold me to any standards of what Jesus would or wouldn't do, I'd give zero shits. So,
I like the stuff that Jesus said that's actually healthy for a person, but like,
sorry, hold on, I'm making a pun. But speaking of Jesus, nailed it, Tommy.
Oh, laughing at that makes it sound like bad people.
I'm all right with that. But
too soon? It's been 2,000 years.
Not too soon enough. That's what I say. All right. But yes,
I just had a picture of somebody like on top of Golgotha going. When he died.
Well, I mean, that's basically what the Roman soldiers were doing.
I know. Yeah, that would have been amazing. Some little like short, squirrely Roman centurion.
Like the little Ralph Wiggums of the Roman soldiers.
And then another centurion just
not Ralph. Who's the kid? Nelson.
Nelson. It was Nelson, the bully.
Yeah.
Nelson.
I haven't seen The Simpsons in forever. Anyway,
me neither.
But yeah. Where were we going? Anyway, maybe that's our cue to get back to.
I was looking at this picture of Jesus hugging this kid, right? And it looks like a parent hugging their child, which is what made me even madder because, like, if that was me, and that does actually look like my daughter a little bit or a lot, I'd be like, "Fuck that guy. That should be me." Like that's my first instinct as a dad. Like, one, I'm really happy that they're comforted, but also, fuck that guy. That should be me.
Right. Yeah. So here's the other thing. Like, this is something I've talked about a lot, like in terms of like a lot of Christians' response to things like evil and suffering. So this, like, it's unfortunate, like the way this image is like posted on here, like the sides are cut off, where it says like, so Scripture assures us that He is near to the brokenhearted, because I'll call it an excuse for God allowing terrible things to happen. They'll say like, well, God may not do anything to like take away your pain, but He's with you in the middle of it while you're suffering through it. And to that I say, so what? I mean, so you're telling me He's there, but like, okay, what I want to know is like, what's He going to do about it? Because like, if you're telling me that like Jesus is there, like while this flood's happening and these children are drowning, and you're saying, well, God's there with them. It's like, okay, telling me He's there with them actually makes it worse. Because it'd be one thing if you're telling me, okay, God's not omnipresent, like He's in heaven now. Sometimes He comes down to earth. Sometimes He's here. Sometimes He's there. Like, oh, God just wasn't there. That's why this terrible thing happened. Okay, that would kind of make sense. But if you're trying to tell me that it's actually more comforting that He's right there as these things are happening, like that makes it worse.
My dad cried out to Jesus twice while he was dying and still died. My mom thought it. Well, my mom sees it like he was. She said he was peaceful when he passed. which is great. And I kind of helped him get further, like more into Jesus stuff than he had been previously. And so he died peaceful, looking for Jesus. So I feel good about that. Um,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and yeah, and I don't know if it was real. I don't know what my dad saw. All I know is he died saying Jesus' name, and Jesus didn't do shit to stop it. So that's not
Yeah.
me holding something against God, because I like had already walked away for like just reasons, not really any like personal hurt.
Yeah.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
so yeah, I don't know. It's really complicated.
Yeah. I also just want to throw that out there for like again, I like to remind people like both of us walked away from Christianity, but for neither of us, like Matt just said, it didn't have anything to do with like church hurt or like no one harmed
Yeah,
us. Or, well, I guess that's not why we walked away. Now, since walking away, in hindsight, we're realizing different like
yeah.
hurts and traumas and
And my wife
general
did
fucked up.
work for our mega church that we attended, and that did kind of end poorly and shady. And
Yeah.
the balloon came off the rose quickly, like once she was working there. Um, so like I was
Mm,
irritated with them, but like that's what started me, because I was wrong about them. I was wrong about that church and the pedestal I had them on, and so I'm like, what else was I wrong about? And so I started asking a lot of questions, which got me closer to God until I like Truman showed it out that door at the end of the movie.
yep. Kind of how it goes.
And
All
then
right.
you're like, it's God, and then you're like, huh. That wasn't what I expected. Didn't expect there to be nothing here.
Yeah. But yeah. Good job, Matt.
No, I am.
Yeah.
Thank you for being sorry, and thank you for saying it's an awesome story.
Mhm.
I am not sorry I went through it. That's just kind of my attitude. Is like I kind of bulldoze my way through stuff, like determination. Not really on purpose. I just like don't know how to do anything else. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I just like keep chugging. I think that's just from like growing up, like
Yeah.
not knowing I was autistic, and awesome that helps my dad. Yeah, no, I agree. Like I don't feel bad about it. I have like complicated feelings because I I don't personally think Jesus is after there when we like after we die. Uh, but I don't know
He's
that for
just like,
certain.
mhm.
So, but yeah, I'm just. My dad didn't like himself. He kind of hated himself. Not hated himself, but he didn't value himself
Yeah.
for relationships with people because he didn't understand that he had worth. So for him to expect someone to be there after he died who was happy to see him, um, that was big. Like I know he's expecting to see his brother who died of cancer like 15 years before he did or something. But he had a complicated family thing. So no, it was. I was like, oh, yay! I didn't know what to do with the feeling or what it was.
Right? Yeah. I mean, who does really? That's just all
Death.
kinds of like.
Still
But
not sure.
yeah.
All we do is the alive. So death is the always mystery.
Okay. Well, well, let's get back into this.
Yeah.
On from us, but not from him. So for me, it's just such a weird like this is what they're posting. All of this AI Jesus camp mystic stuff, trying to say
They're trying to
that
drown
it's a good
Jesus
thing
too.
that these girls died.
That picture. I just picture him going, Red Rover, as they like drag him into the water.
Let's see you walk on the water now, bitch. Like,
If he floats, he's a witch.
so Jesus walked on water. So that means Jesus was a witch.
Oh, he didn't just float.
Yeah. he was flaunting that. Yeah,
He's a wizard.
working it, strutting. Yeah.
He's Merlin.
Ooh, so
On
yeah,
stage, he's
Warlock,
Merlin.
I guess, is the male version. I don't know. Anyway,
Mystic stuff, trying to say that it's almost a good thing that these girls died because now they're with Jesus. It's almost a good thing that these little girls drowned unnecessarily, that their lives were cut short, because then they don't have to face what they voted for. They don't have to face the horror of the situation and the way they are contributing toward the deaths of innocent people in the United States and abroad.
Here,
Also,
pause
that
it.
their dear leader can rest.
I think that's exactly right. That's definitely part of it. And when these people crash out, like when the people like who are going to wake up, a lot of us are going to have to pay attention because a lot of them are not going to know what to do with it. They have no training. Because it's going to, that's a kind of like forced deconstruction that is like a hard crash out. And because you're doing like faith politics. Was I in a cult? Is he a cult leader? Is he Hitler 2.0, but like worse at being Hitler? Like,
yeah, because yeah, but
I don't.
Yeah, Mod knows a Christian today that thinks like this. Yeah, I still know several myself.
Yeah,
maybe related to a bunch.
I don't want to say who it is on here, but like, yeah, I've got somebody in my family who, actually, maybe a couple. I'm not sure. They've been reluctant to tell me if they no longer agree with everything they agreed with before. I had a huge argument with one of them. Called him a Nazi sympathizer, which is not without merit based on previous conversations. A little hyperbolic or a lot. I don't know if I regret it. I may regret it soon. Looks like you were trying to fart, Tommy. Couldn't tell if you were disagreeing with me or farting.
No, I was just, that's part of my sensory issues. Like, I'm never like satisfied with how comfortable I am, so it's like I always have to. Yeah.
No, it's a huge cope, and I do kind of feel bad for them, because whenever it rolls up for them, it's gonna be really difficult, especially the people in Texas who lost people. And Trump did call them evil people in a Texas press conference, like who were asking, like, there's a lot of families who are people who are like,
right,
couldn't more have been done, and he basically said like anybody still asking questions like that is an evil person. I was like,
yeah,
because that guy.
Because I think what Trump meant was he was trying to accuse like the news outlets, like the Reporter, like he was trying to call them evil because I guess
because he doesn't get it. Yeah.
He was like, oh, like you're the one asking the question. You're an evil person. It's like, no, the Reporter was saying victims of the flooding are asking. So yeah, Trump is just.
And I feel terrible for people who like Trump supporters who lost family members or know somebody did or helped look for like victims because FEMA couldn't show up yet because there was a 3-day delay because NOM has to sign off on every fucking thing now. And those people have been through hell on earth, and they hear somebody asking their question and he calls a person with that question evil. That's such a...
Well, because it's an affront to him and his reputation and people's confidence in him and their opinion. So anything that diminishes him at all in anyone else's eyes is just evil. Yeah.
Spooky bed. The spooky
watch
bed
out,
hair just... That comment disappeared.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You were trying to sneak. I gave you away. My bad. So Trump's a male Paris Hilton.
I actually disagree because a lot of what she was doing was like a branding act. Like she's actually more there than in the early 2000s. That was a
well, but maybe saying he's a male version is like knocking it down a pegs because like okay. Man, we kind of suck. Sometimes anyway.
She's actually really smart, and has had her own share of problems, from what I heard.
Right. I mean, because let's be honest, if I could become like super famous and well, I guess this isn't exactly how she became a millionaire because she's a Hilton. But if I could just become like super rich and famous by just having like a porn video leaked, like sign me up.
No,
I don't care.
I don't know if she leaked that herself, but if she did, I don't know. Good on her. But like if somebody else leaked that, not fucking cool.
Yeah.
Press charges.
So I don't know if this is appropriate to say in public, but if anyone would like to film something with me, and then like I'll give you permission to leak it as long as it makes me rich. So I don't know. Is that crossing the line?
No,
I don't know.
I mean, it's not like you're sending like fishing videos to people, like trying to test the waters. Paris is not smart.
Ooh,
I don't even know. I don't even watch that show. I've seen videos with her where she convinced me, but that could be because she's not unattractive and I just trust people I'm attracted to.
Yeah, maybe it helps that she's just not quite my type. But
no, would never date her in person or ever have a conversation with her. But like, I'm just saying, like, I don't avert my eyes.
I'm gonna say, like, yeah, I appreciate it. Anyway, so back to like video stuff. So the problem here is when I guess grief is vilified, I guess, or at least tried to like what I was saying before, basically, like, well, if you really had enough faith in Jesus and you knew that he was working everything else for good, then you wouldn't be so sad about this thing. Like, I'm just thinking of a specific example.
Said the sociopath.
Yeah. Again, speaking of specific example in my family, I won't say exactly who, but this is years ago. There was a person in my family who had like just broken up with someone they were dating. And I don't know if it was like there was a pin they were wearing. It was like on their T-shirt, and it just said something like "Jesus is Lord" or "God is in control" or something like that. And another family member, you could tell like this person, like this had like just happened. Like they were like still like in tears, like super broken up about it. And another family member, their way of comforting this individual was pointing at that thing that was on their shirt or whatever. Well, just remember that, then everything's okay, right? Like, and then I remember this poor person, really? Like still in tears, just like nodding, like, yeah, I know. As if like, okay, you just made them feel guilty for being sad. Like using God like to.
But they're trying to help. And the person receives it as like that kind of cue, even though it clearly doesn't have that effect.
Yeah, so again, this is something I felt like when I was going through something that I would consider like a hard time, but people were telling me, oh, but God's with you. He's got this. He's going to comfort you. Like, but I would feel that pressure. It's like, oh, crap, I need to feel better. But like, if I just wasn't feeling anything from God, like as far as like any kind of comfort, I was like, shit, what am I doing wrong now? I'm like,
what is the will of God? Where is my path? Where do I go from here? I need to pray and do the things I need to retreat. Where is the immersive prayer experience at my church next? Yeah. Right? I held that in way too long. That hurt. Sorry. I like inhaled and then thought and then talked, and I was like, oh no!
I can relate. All right. So I want to get back to this because there was actually a couple things. I don't remember if she's already said it or if she gets to it, where I actually kind of disagree with her a little bit, at least like where she was taking it. But yeah, we'll see if she's already done that or not.
I think she
this country.
She grew up Christian adjacent. I don't know what her full experience was, but
yeah.
So yeah, I don't. Her takes don't always sound like she is real familiar.
Yeah. Well, I guess my take is. Well, I'll just wait till. See if she actually covers it.
Shit like this, right? When you see shit like this, right? When you see prominent MAGA Republicans like Buzz.
Yeah, so this is the image we were talking about earlier. Like, I mean, look at this, and like people are saying, like, "Oh, who is the artist behind this? I'd like to see more of their work." It's like it's AI. Come on.
Also, it looks exactly like cheap, like icon. Don't call it icons because it's Catholic, not Eastern Orthodox, but
Right.
basically an icon. Real generic artwork. Something artists used to do to pay the bills, but didn't like themselves very much for doing it.
Right. Which, I mean, I don't necessarily fault people for that. I mean, like what I'm
No,
doing for work, it's not artistic. So if other people,
no. What I mean is,
yeah. Oh
like
yeah,
the
I
artist,
know that's not what you're saying. Yeah, yeah.
like the artist knows people shouldn't like really value it as art because it's just to pay the bills. It's not like it's lowest common denominator kind of impact on people, just because that's how you sell the most shit.
Right, right. All right.
Patterson, who's a retired lieutenant colonel from the Air Force, posting this. Appreciate Allie above, who said, think I said on here once that part of the reason we can't get gun control is because Christians think heaven is real and all the dead kids are better off. I couldn't have said it better myself. I think that's exactly what's going on. They don't care that much about the
Dead
kids
kids,
dying
not
in the
bad.
Uvalde school shooting. They don't really care about little kids drowning because they really
Gross.
think that
Fuck
they're
off.
better off dead. I don't know how you overcome that. How do you appeal to somebody's humanity? How do you encourage them to fight for human lives and to stop the fact that this regime is directly killing millions of people when they think that death is a good thing?
So here's where I don't know if this would be considered pushback or maybe just nuance it a little bit. Because I wouldn't say that like the MAGA Republican Christians don't care about death. It's just when the deaths are inconvenient to their side. I mean, other than like obviously death is inconvenient in general, but you know what I mean by being inconvenient to like their side of the aisle and their stances or whatever. It's in those instances, this just gives them something else to fall back on as an excuse on why it's not so bad. Because when it
Right.
comes to deaths like, because Republicans will be all torn up about deaths when it's like something like 9/11, like terrorist attacks, or when Israeli children are being killed, or, you know,
Well, you see,
things.
some kids, depending on their color, it have a
Yeah.
higher trade-in value, is what it is.
Right? Yeah. And if anyone thinks we're being too crass, just responding in kind, but even not that bad, I wouldn't say.
No.
So, but yeah, so I would nuance this to say like they do care about deaths when it serves their agenda, but when it doesn't serve their agenda and maybe in fact goes against their agenda, then the whole well they're in heaven now is just a nice convenient fallback. Yeah, exactly. See, Fox knows.
Yeah, and I think
And,
when
do a barrel roll. Sorry.
I think whenever death is a pattern in a situation, I think like that the healthy human thing to do is to ask if somebody fucked up, uh, and if so, how do we not do that again? Because alive people are better than dead people in general, said the healthy person.
Yeah. In general.
So yeah, so finding something to sweep it under the rug. I don't know. I was about to say like that means they value things more than people, but like that's what faith is for a lot of people. Is God is more valuable than people. Never mind that for God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten Son, which is our purchase price, apparently. God himself. Humble brag. Isn't that the most like human sounding theological thing ever? Like, I don't know. People are so fucking awesome that God just figured like all I can do to save them is spend me because they are infinitely valuable in all of the directions.
Right. Yeah, we're infinitely valuable, but we're also like worms and totally depraved, and
I'm
yeah,
so conflicted.
yeah,
Sell me things to make me better.
yeah, yeah. Very unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah.
Which and again, like if this, I mean, I understand. I mean, people try to cope with unfathomably terrible situations. So like on one hand, like I don't necessarily fault people, like especially if this is what they've been brought up with, and I might say indoctrinated, brainwashed, or whatever, into thinking that they have to think. Like, so if that's all they know and that's all they have to fall back on is like, well, it's okay because Jesus or whatever. Like, I mean, as fucked up as that is, it's like, I mean, like I said, if that's all they know, if that's all they can do, then I mean, I don't, yeah, I don't know.
People gonna people.
Yeah. Well, evolution says we literally are worms or have been. I don't know if we were ever worms, but
Something worm-like, something wiggly started a lot of
yeah, but we're not
paths in
now.
evolution.
So
No, like we're all made of the same stuff as worms, and our
yeah,
DNA is probably like real similar to worms. It's amazing
yeah,
how similar DNA is across the board.
yeah. So I wouldn't say we're objectively or innately more valuable than worms, but subjectively, sure, we think we're more valuable.
Yeah,
So to us, therefore, we are. So that's
it
what it
depends how you
takes.
define value. We have
Yeah.
impact on a larger amount of things. It really just depends how you determine value.
Mhm.
Humans, like we think we're pretty valuable because we want to stay alive.
For us. But yes, common ancestor with worms. Yes, just like all life, for sure. All right. Well, there's only like 10 seconds left, so let's finish this up.
I don't know that there is any reaching people who are basically in a death cult. You cannot appeal to them to save folks' lives if they think that people are better off dead.
Nailed it. Like that last line. I
Yeah.
That was very simply put.
Right. Yeah. I mean, so here's the thing. Like, I try to shy away from saying that people are unreachable, like, especially in this mindset. Because, I mean, I used to be in this mindset. I am no longer there. So
I,
clearly,
unreach.
and there's so many other people like with similar stories, like who used to be in that camp, but now no longer are. So there is something you can do. But
Yeah, I would say unreachable directly for some people. Like you're not going to be able, because the person in my family, I tried directly with like what I thought was horrific information that, if true, it should change somebody's mind. But just like an automatic discounting of it because that's so ridiculous it can't be true. That has to be liberal propaganda,
yeah,
which is
that's the problem where, yeah, taking that approach of trying to hit them with something so terrible that they can't
like the
possibly think
like the
otherwise. That
14
kind of
million people.
backfires. Yeah.
Like
Mhm.
if you're fine with that, like I think you're probably a Nazi sympathizer because
Yeah.
that's double the Nazi for
Hmm.
apparently a lot less money. Also, the Nazis had the I'm going to say this is controversial. The Nazis had the decency to kill people quickly. This is killing people with starvation and sickness.
Well, sometimes they killed people quickly. But there
Yeah,
was also, I'm sure, there was a lot of starvation and sickness going on with what the Nazis were doing too. But yeah,
yeah. The
but
people
sometimes
who
they would.
could work,
Yeah.
that was slowly the people who were no good for making shit.
Yeah.
Um,
So, but yeah, but just to like reinforce what Matt's getting at there is like that is in no way trying to put a more
it's
positive spin on the
no, it's to
Nazis. It's
show
just like
how
it's just
bad what
saying
this
it's
is.
just saying,
Yeah,
yeah, what's going on now, that's how bad it is. That you can even that you can even compare it to what the Nazis were doing, much less maybe point out some ways that it's actually worse. Like that's just how bad it is. So
and more people dead with dark skin than in Germany. I mean, hey, this is way more racist. Congratulations.
Right. So, yeah, just because someone is not reachable by me right now in this moment, it does not mean that they are not reachable by someone else or at another point.
I think you took it in a different way than I meant. So for the way that you took it, I will take it back, because I did not mean it that way. What I was doing was with an absurd comment showing how bad it was, a sarcastic, absurd comment to show how bad the current situation is, not to excuse.
Are you responding to Fox or James?
James.
Oh, well, I had Fox's up on screen, so I was confused.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was James. No, James had said Cyclone B is not painless. Please take that back. That is such an awful thing to say. It is an awful thing to say. That's why I said it. That's why I said it. It was a sarcastically absurd, awful thing to say, to get somebody to realize how bad what's happening now is, because that's the response somebody has when you say that. Please take that back. That's a terrible thing. But the person I was saying that to, that's the response I wanted to get from them, for the purpose, if that bothers you, then what's happening should bother you too. Like, if saying what's happening bothers you, congratulations, you're not a terrible person.
Exactly.
So no, and Cyclone B, I think, was produced by a German company under license from an American company, and pretty sure we initially supplied some of it. Also, just learned this a couple days ago that the Nazi camp system, like, they got that idea from America and how we treated the Native Americans. Like, that was their prototype to improve off of. That's what they said. That's what the Germans said. So,
sorry, did we lose me for a second?
Maybe.
All right. But can we please not make comparisons to the Shoah? Do you know what that is?
I don't.
Okay, but whatever you're talking about, I mean, we'll stop making comparisons to things when they stop being comparable. So, yeah, like I said, like Matt said, if that makes you uncomfortable, good.
No, and I am not. I've watched a lot of Holocaust history, watching old Germans who were alive during that time, being asked the questions, why did you do it? And they said, because we wanted to. And that was a hard thing for me to reconcile.
Yeah, I mean, we're not ignorant of the subject. Like, I have been to Buchenwald concentration camp. I've been there. I've been to the Holocaust Museum in Germany. I've been to the Holocaust Museum here in the States. Like, yeah, I've read the history. I've seen the documentaries, actual footage. Like,
and I'm gonna, if the Shoah is the Holocaust, if that's maybe what the Hebrew name for it is, I'm not sure. But that's what you're.
I've heard that term before, but I couldn't remember exactly.
If that's what you're talking about, then I realize it's a special genocide for the Jewish people. Globally, other than it being on an industrial scale and kind of mechanized in a way, on a global scale, it's not special. Like, a lot of people have died from a lot of terrible leaders. And genocides are awful across the board, no matter when. And I'm not going to pick a special one to say this one above all others is terrible. Why? Because the people had white skin mostly who died. There was a lot of fucking Chinese people who died under Mao. A lot of fucking Cambodian people that died. There's been genocides in Africa. Fuck, we're perpetrating one right now. There's already been like 300,000 people. I think most of them are either in South America. Majority of them are in Africa. It's another fucking Holocaust that we're helping happen again. And Holocaust bad across the board. Nobody is special. All Holocausts, all genocides, awful. Prevent them almost at all costs. I know that some people think that makes me sound anti-Semitic. I'm not at all, and I know he's like I'm not.
Yeah, what Matt's doing is not diminishing the Holocaust, but like raising like
Yes,
the awareness of all
everything.
the other things up to that level. Like, so yeah, as pissed as people are about the Holocaust, good. Let's be pissed about like all this other shit too. So
Yeah.
yeah, like I
And I'm
said,
not saying you, James, think that the Jewish Holocaust is special because it's white people. I'm
right.
saying I do suspect there's a lot of people who are white who find that the most awful one because it's the one where white people were killed.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't. Yes, like I said, I don't want like anyone having that impression of like, oh, you're like downplaying the Holocaust, you don't know what you're talking about. Like I've seen the fucking ovens. Okay,
No, people
like
like
yeah.
at their mechanizing murder, like it's
Mm-hmm.
systematizing murder.
Yeah.
That's peak awful for humans.
Yeah. Man. All right. Well, anything else on that before we get to the second drink? Also, like Matt, do you have
Sorry,
any kind of
genocide
like?
gets me fired up. I don't know.
No, I mean
Call me
for good
crazy.
reason. Like I'm only bringing this up because I don't know, like if you have like a time limit, like a certain time you need to get off tonight for like
No, we're still good.
preparation.
I just can't be on super
Okay.
late because I gotta like wake up. I gotta wake up tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Jews were legal citizens there. We're killing legal citizens in African countries.
Mm-hmm.
We're putting people in camps in our country where we can't possibly process them fast enough to deport them. Putting them in places where it is hot enough that like people are going to die just potentially being held for like the
Mm-hmm.
month or whatever it takes to process them. Like Hitler was evil, and we're repeating what he did.
Yeah. Like we are
We
like the
are.
United States.
Yeah.
Yes, the United States. Yeah, us personally, no.
No,
But
alligator Auschwitz.
yeah, the United States. When has the United States not been killing people?
I don't remember
What
the
are you
number of
talking
people who
about?
have died so far in ICE detention. Some of them are citizens. Apparently, like it sounds like there is likely at least one U.S. citizen being held at Alligator Auschwitz.
Yeah.
We are people who are legal residents who have their green cards and their paperwork is in process to become a naturalized citizen. They're being put into camps where it is so hot you can die.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the structure they're in Florida is only rated for a Category 2 hurricane, and guess what? Category 2 hurricanes in Florida are kind of like not a big deal anymore.
Yeah, like it's already flooded.
Yeah, like hurricanes 4 and 5. Category 4 and 5 is what we've had recently. It's or 5 offshore. I don't know if it was 5 when it hit. Anyway, it's getting worse. We're putting people in places where it is easier to die than it needs to be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So.
And they are definitely sweeping up legal residents. They're so far as unconfirmed. I think unconfirmed U.S. citizens being picked up. There have been U.S. citizen children who have been deported already, including one with cancer who was deported without his cancer treatment.
Right, and I just want to say, like Mod, like we're not downplaying anything. Like we've explained this. Like,
No,
accusing the U.S. of exterminating people like Hitler.
No, not yet. Not yet. But this looks just like the beginning of the concentration camps in Germany. Not yet. But this is what it looked like.
See, and here's the thing, like, you don't want to wait for it to get to that point before you start getting upset about it and calling it what it is. You call that shit out now before it gets there. That is the fucking point.
There is a beginning part, like the part of World War II in Germany that we know is the concentration camp. Like, it's the part of the war that we entered in at. Like, that's the part that we remember as the beginning of the information. But there was a lead up where they were putting people into, it's just processing camps. We're just going to get them out of the country. Then quickly realized that's going to take fucking forever and be too damn expensive. So it's super cheap just to like maybe they're not here anymore, but they also don't leave. Like,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And some of the same language is being used in English, of course, in our country right now. This looks just like pre-death camp in Germany, and we're saying this is where it's going. This is what it looks like. Experts from World War II are like, this is what it looked like. People who were in fucking Jewish people who are alive today, who are in goddamn concentration camps, are like, this is what it fucking looks like. Why aren't you worked up? Like, I came here to get away from this shit. And yeah, so no, this is what it looked like. Trump is also like, or ICE is patterning the current camps.
Okay, well, saying tell a survivor that it's like Auschwitz. Matt's saying actual survivors are saying that it's like the concentration camps.
Yeah.
So you tell them that they're wrong.
I mean, don't appropriate their pain, man.
Yeah. Like I said, Matt, he's using their words. So if you want to tell them they're wrong.
We're calling it, okay, here's the thing that the left does, okay? We use terms that are slight exaggerations to make a point. We're not saying that it is exactly this. We're saying this is what is at the root of this if it gets worse. Like this is little, like Alligator Auschwitz, like I don't mean it is Auschwitz. Alligator Auschwitz sounds like the kiddie park at Auschwitz. It's not, which is kind of the horrendous unseriousness, awfulness of a lot of this.
Yeah. Anyway, so
highly emotionally unintelligent. Well, kind of takes one to know one. That sounds a bit like a self-reflection.
Looking in a mirror. Anyway, so do you want to keep getting?
Sorry, that was a personal dig. I didn't necessarily mean to do that.
Well, I mean, he did it. So anyway, so you want to keep getting worked up about this, or want to get worked up about Mike Winger?
I will say that if somebody, and I just did this myself, so I realize I'm a bit of a hypocrite, but I caught myself. Taking a personal dig at somebody when they've been making points up until then, and you're like, well, you big meanie, you're stupid too. Like that doesn't mean you win.
Right. Yeah. So anyway, so.
But James, hang around.
Thanks for being our top fan.
No, and just because I'm upset about this and like we disagree on this, I realize this is a huge deal because the way you're seeing it is that like I'm discounting suffering of Jewish people. Tell that to the Jewish guy who said it. I don't know, man. Just self-examine.
Right. But speaking of Jimmy, like he's our friend, also has been on the show a couple times. Check him out on YouTube.
He's good.
Jimmy Ligon, he's got he'll be on tomorrow night. At the same time we usually start. His show Unreligious. I join him from time to time. So if this isn't enough me for you, we'll see. Tomorrow night I might have things to do, but I'll let you know, Jimmy. But check him out. Thursday nights a show Unreligious, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 Central. So
they blocked you, Anarchic Fox. Making too much sense, I guess.
Oh, yeah, they are. Yeah. James is on Facebook, so you only.
Oh, okay.
When we put him on screen, you are correct. So I'm going to put that on screen for how correct it is. Good job. All right. Can you get a link? Are you talking about the Jimmy? You should be able to like his name in the chat. You should be able to just click on him.
Jimmy can post a. He can post.
Yeah, Jimmy, if you want to put.
Like that.
Yeah, Jimmy, if you want to put a link to your show in the chat, feel free, my friend, and please do. So, all right.
Jimmy doesn't take any bullshit.
Oh yeah, he's like, for anyone who thinks like we go hard, ooh, you're not ready for Jimmy.
He gleefully goes hard. What?
Yeah,
No.
like Jimmy, he's one of those guys. Like, not
Take
only
that back.
does
That
like,
sounded weird.
I mean, he might. Just ask his lady.
Can't post links without
Can't
a
post.
wrench.
Oh, do I need to start wrenching people now? Because apparently we can do that. So, all right,
I think you just
Matt.
go into our account and
Yeah, that's all right.
three dot it on the mobile.
Let's see here.
I'll vamp.
All right.
No,
Go.
I was when I watched the documentary on History Channel, I think during Holocaust History Month, and it was like super in depth. People who were there giving interviews and stuff. I was wrecked for like that whole week. I couldn't not watch it because I needed to know, but it was facing the awful, which is what that series was about. Just the people were like, it wasn't the propaganda. Like, propaganda was actually pretty bad. Like, we were pissed and we wanted to.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Jimmy, you are now a mod, so
We're gonna get some
use your
jealous people
privileges
now.
wisely. But yeah. But yes, Jimmy is nice. He's heart of gold. That guy. I say that guy as if you're not right here.
Used to be in the Navy.
Yeah. Right.
Air Force. What
Air,
was he
Air,
in?
Air Force.
Fuck
Air
me.
Force. Yeah. Derek was in the Navy. Another friend of ours and friend of the
Yeah,
show.
you get
Anyway,
that
but
wrong.
yeah.
Some people, the branches have a little bit of rivalry.
Oh yeah. But yeah, the way I like to put with Jimmy is like it's not only does he not give any fucks anymore? Like, he is so out of fucks, he's taking yours. So
I will say
Anyway.
I've heard from people on the UAP, like UFO topic, like the Navy does the phrase "loose lips sink ships." The reason why they have that is because the Navy has loose lips. Like, they'll tell people anything. Apparently, the Air Force is super quiet about top secret stuff, but the Navy is just like, hey, I don't know what the deal is. Maybe they get drunk. Maybe they see a lot of hookers, but they tell people a lot of shit.
Indeed. All right. Well, I'm getting thirsty, so I'm moving on to a second drink. I'm back with the War Pigs Foggy Geezer, another hazy IPA, because again, that's what I got. But still, I just love showing off the artwork because I appreciate good artwork.
I'll bet there's some cool T-shirts too.
Ooh, I want this one.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm already on third drink because fucking cheap beer. It says 5.5. It says 5%. I don't believe it. So I've moved on to Weller Special Reserve, which is a wheated bourbon. It's very good and actually cheaper than it should be for how it is.
yeah, finally, like this. There was one thing this show was missing tonight. It was some good quality BS. So. Anyway, by the way, like I watched the Possum God video. That is fucking amazing. Which, if we have time, we might show it tonight if you all behave yourselves, and if Matt doesn't have to leave before too long. But so anyway, so yes, I mean, they don't let me not let people in, so we've had a couple in here tonight. We're like, seriously, like, we are like the worst atheist show ever. We keep attracting so many atheists. And
I'm not sure if the other Christian is still here.
Well, hey, yeah, let yourself in. Also, like, the humanity is locked from the inside. So,
and we have the key.
Anyway. All right, so let's say, speaking of BS, but not that kind of BS, the not good kind. Let's get to the promised apologetics.
Yay!
From one which I can't believe we haven't addressed this asshole yet.
Man with a face in need of a fist. I need to learn that German word.
The one and only Mr. Mike Winger. Now,
all the cool people have the guitar super high on the wall.
Right?
That says, I use this guitar. It's kind of difficult.
speaking of super high, this wasn't me. This is just his face. This is the opening frame of the video. I didn't do this one, but speaking of super high, get it? Because like with the look on his face, and he's like,
why does his head look enormous?
It's probably just a camera angle.
I know.
I've seen him in like wider like shots. He seems like a relatively normally proportioned individual. But anyway, so I don't know
if you wasn't.
Oh, well, of course. But I feel like I don't know if I want to intro this, but from what I remember, he does a good job introing what this video is.
Yeah, himself. He does a decent job of sucking.
Yeah. Right. So let's.
You're like, I don't know what you've done, but it's bad. Yeah. Who hasn't hit you
some
yet?
People, it's like he's one of those people, like they say, some people just need a high five in the face with a chair.
I saw a guy do that. I think it was staged, but I saw a guy do that on a bus, I think in fucking Brazil or something. It was a evangelist on the bus. Found a channel called Pastor Daniel. It's the worst rabbit hole. But yeah, a guy like was pissed off at some guy harassing him for Jesus on the bus, and so he smacked him in the face. And the Christians on the bus were like, persecution.
Oh, is that like another verse in the song? And the Christians on the bus go persecution. All through the town.
And I honestly couldn't tell if the woman filming it, who was clearly a Christian, I couldn't tell if she was like a plant, like this was all just a stunt, or if she was really behaving this way because they sound the same.
Yeah. But all right, so I want to get to the video, but first, like anyone else out there in the crowd, as always, if you're enjoying a beverage this evening, even Jimmy, if it is just your boring but very reasonable H2O that you,
or if you're enjoying a particular strain, let us know.
Right. Yeah. Whatever you're doing, snack, drink.
This is a Skittles knockoff.
Like if you're just enjoying the company of someone, you don't have to share pictures, but.
I mean, maybe you could.
Anyway.
YouTube's not paying attention.
Anyway.
Which is our greatest strength. Anybody else watch Andor? There's a line from when he's in prison. Andor, it's a Star Wars show.
No, I know what you're talking about. I'm just wondering how is this, but keep going.
Okay, they're in the prison. And they're like, they're listening to us. Shut up. Because Andor wants to talk about like trying to escape. And he's like, they're not listening to us. He goes, he's like, you don't get it, do you? He's like, they turn this thing on twice a day and make sure nothing breaks. We show up, we do our work, we come back here at night. He's like, they think we're too stupid to listen to. And it's our greatest strength.
Right, so grape soda. Nice.
I
do love a good grape soda. Also, Jimmy, now that you are a mod, like please like put your channel link in the chat so the people can
use your powers.
Hello. Yes. I don't remember what other powers I gave you as a mod. So if you want to just like kind of fuck around and find out what all you can do. So
I wonder if you can
but
or like
I don't think I gave him that power.
Oh, okay.
But
so does he
anyway,
have like no real power except sharing links?
Well, there was something else. I just don't remember. But speaking of our size, so I noticed we're up to 59 subscribers.
Uh-oh.
So look, all I'm saying, if we could just get 10 more, that'd be pretty nice.
Oh, he shared the link earlier, maybe? The thing mod says.
Good. I'm observant. Oh, yes, he did.
There it is.
Yeah. I pay attention to things. So thanks, Jimmy. Feel free to share again, I guess.
What is Jim your porn name?
Yeah.
Like not Jimmy Ligon, Jim Ligon.
Yeah. No, Jimmy's actually his porn name. Just watch his show. It'll make sense. Yeah. Yep. It's like you won't regret it, or else. It's like you better not regret it. You'll regret regretting it.
That's an order.
Anyway, all right. Well,
does anybody else hate it? Wait, first of all, before we do anything, does anybody else hate it when like a commanding officer in a TV show gives an order and then follows it up with "That's an order"? Like, isn't that fucking assumed? Because he's in charge and he gives an instruction.
Yeah.
I mean, if you got to say that's an order, I think you're probably a puss at your job.
Yeah. You're fucking up. All right. So we've keeping Mikey
Been
Boy
keeping
waiting
him.
long enough. So
I was challenged by my friend Tim Barnett from the YouTube channel Red Pin
He's
Logic
out.
to answer in
Covered
3
him
minutes or less 10 atheist objections to belief in God. In fact,
He's so
this
happy.
comes from a YouTube comment from an atheist named Brian Doyle, who says that this is 10 ways to prove that a God does not exist. You know it's an atheist because he puts God in lowercase g unnecessarily.
No, that's
first of all, yeah.
proper
No, it's-
grammar.
Yeah, because
You
he's
fuck.
saying, because he's not saying prove that God does. He's saying a God. So in that sense, like,
It's not a proper noun.
So, yeah. So, man, strike one already. Like,
Just
Good
to get
job.
you. So I accepted Tim's challenge to try to, in 3 minutes or less, do this. He's going to do it on his channel as well. Here's my attempt to defuse the atheist bomb in 3 minutes. 10 reasons that you would stop being a believer in God. Let's see if I can do this and keep us all from becoming atheists in the next 3 minutes. Because I'm pretty...
Big fucking hero.
so, yeah. So, and I will also preface this by saying, like, as we go through this, I kind of have some issues with I can't remember the name of. I already forgot the guy's name who posted that. It was like,
Yeah, that's why they pick him.
of course, like the titles and the way they're.
that a God does not exist. You know it's an atheist because he puts
Right.
God in lowercase
Brian
g
Doyle.
unnecessarily
Yeah.
just to get you. So
Yeah. And he apparently got him. So, so I take some issues, like, because I think the problem is he's making some solid points here, but the fact that he's framing it as these prove that a God doesn't exist, like, that's asking too much from the points that he is making, which is unfortunate. So, of course, Mike's going to seize on that and then therefore say, this is why it's all just complete bunk. And like,
So,
no, he's still making good points. Just, yeah.
So Tommy, you've seen this whole video, right? That
Yes.
somebody else covered. I haven't
Mhm.
seen Sir Sick cover it or seen it myself, so this is my first time.
Mm. All right, yeah, I know Sir Sick covered it. Like, I've seen at least one or two other YouTubers cover it. I don't remember who else. I want to say probably Prophet of Zod, maybe Vice Rhino, but yeah.
Yeah, we're not
But
going
yeah,
to cover it as so neurodivergently completely as Sir Sick.
Right, yeah. So please, yeah, that's a new video. I think that's the video he put out. Yeah, I want to say that's the video he put out today. So yeah, if people aren't familiar with Sir Sick, go check him out. It's Sir SIR Sick SIC.
It just
I
doesn't
think it's
care.
scientific. Yeah, I love that dude. Anyway,
I accepted Tim's challenge to try to, in 3 minutes or less, do this. He's going to do it on his channel as well. Here's my attempt to defuse the atheist bomb in 3 minutes. 10 reasons that you would stop being a believer in God. Let's see.
ooh, no, interesting question.
I agree.
Yeah, because there's, yeah, because I think that's part of the problem with this Brian person basically setting out. Now, I think in certain circumstances you can prove a negative because, like, there's that phrase like absence of evidence does not mean evidence of absence. Well, I say it depends. It depends, like, what you're talking about, what the context is, the scope of it, and
And if
what
preponderance of the evidence is a reason to hold a position, I don't think it is. But like if
Yeah.
Christians want to claim that, then that's
But-
preponderance of the evidence.
But it's really also more like if something was true, what evidence would you expect there to be? Now,
Right.
I think I can prove a negative. Like, so let's just start simple. This is an example I like to use. I can prove I am not wearing a hat.
No
right?
hat.
Because of the absence of evidence, like this very small scope, very clear expectations you would have if it was happening. So,
Ooh.
or I could
Ooh.
also say,
What if it's a magic hat that's invisible, born of a virgin?
right? Or I could also, let's go a little bigger. Like I can prove that there is no blue whale in my house. And I prove that by showing you the lack of evidence that there is one in my house, because if there was, you would expect some pretty hard evidence. Or I could prove to you that no tornado ripped through my house yesterday, because if you were to look at my house, you would see zero evidence of a tornado ripping through it. Therefore, I proved the negative. So that's why I say in the case of God, at least like again, most of this is in the context of Christianity. With the claims that Christians make about what their God is like, then you would expect some pretty convincing evidence. So, to me, in absence of such evidence, I'm comfortable saying,
But no one
well,
is
yeah, I know
claiming
no
there
one
is
is,
one.
but if there
But
was,
what if I say
if
there's
there-
a hat there? Like there's fucking
Yeah.
hat. Saved me.
Yeah.
It's my salvation. Born
Yeah.
of a virgin. There's
Yeah.
a hat on Tommy's head that
Yeah.
was
Because-
nailed to a cross.
yeah,
Then
because Mhm. Yeah, because Mike, you're missing the point. Like, no one, it's not contingent on someone actually making it. I'm just saying, in theory, there are things you can disprove by just showing how there's no evidence for it.
yeah. So what you're showing is that
Yeah.
Absence of evidence, not evidence. Yeah, you're showing that
Yeah,
it's not always true. There's an exception.
My argument is some cases absence of evidence is evidence of absence, or it at least gives good enough cause to think there is an absence of such a thing.
Maybe that's why you got. Maybe that's why you gotta say people's hearts are wicked above all things and can't see truth.
Yeah.
Got to deny your own senses.
Yeah, you gotta gaslight the people for Jesus.
If I can do this and keep us all from becoming atheists in the next 3 minutes, because I'm pretty sure if I can't answer these things in 3 minutes or less, the atheist bomb will blow up and we will all become atheists. And to read the
Damn.
I don't like how he wiggled his eyebrow when he said that. Did you see that?
Yeah, I don't like how he wiggles a lot.
Why did he angry caterpillar at that moment?
Could one hypothetically prove that Dogman was not, in fact, Anubis, the Egyptian god?
Is Anubis the one they're not really sure is a dog? Like it could have been a donkey. It's just
I really don't know.
Pointy nose, ears. Like
either way, hail Anubis.
really,
as Jimmy says,
really,
humans
the most badass of the Egyptian gods as far as appearance goes, I think.
Yeah. All right. So as Jimmy says here, humans have been on the earth approximately 300,000 years. Christianity has been around approximately 2,000 years. Why would Yahweh wait until 99.933 bunch of threes of all humans who have existed to start this shit? Now, to be fair, Yahweh was the Jewish God who was a few thousand years before Jesus. But yeah, point still stands. It's still a similar percentage. But yeah. Sorry, I just have to get super pedantic about stuff.
Sounds like the people of that region thought they were the shit.
Right? And, fair enough. Most people do.
Which is weird.
Objections. Allow me to introduce my...
They, barely had a kingdom for a while. The one in the Bible is probably mythical. Yeah, it's just really weird. They never had a giant kingdom, historically, as far as the evidence. So it's just, really strange they've got this complex where it's like, no, we were the best ever in this region. It's like, no, it really seems like you were just kind of like Canaanites and Egyptians who lived in the countryside and were afraid of the people in the cities. And, MAGA makes a lot of sense now.
Yeah, so if all humans are stupid, and this, I realize the irony given the name of our show and our kind of general vibe, agreeing with this.
As a herd, as a group, humans are stupid. Individually, we can be pretty smart.
But exactly. So this is also why I kind of generally hesitate to call myself a humanist, outright, because a lot of times people piss me all the way the fuck off. But anyway.
Yeah.
Just believe. No, I refuse.
That was great.
Thank you.
No,
improvisational atheist friend Nick. 10 ways to prove.
Well, I'm choosing to believe that I'm great anyway. Fuck you.
Oh, Winger has an angled camera angle.
Ooh. Oh yeah, so this is his atheist avatar caricature.
Oh, with the orange lights in the back. Neat.
Yeah.
Good job.
I'm surprised he doesn't have a fedora.
Yeah, seriously.
Improvisational atheist friend Mick. 10 ways to prove that a god does not exist. Let's get started. Number 1. The fact...
Yeah, and he does this a lot because it's dumb.
That a human being has to tell you about the existence of your God proves there is no God. The fact that a human being has to tell you about the existence of your God proves there is no God. We would be born with knowledge of its existence. Babies aren't born.
Yeah, see, here's my problem right off the bat. Again, this is like with the verbiage, like, so yeah, I agree. Like, just saying that it's because not everyone believes in God, no, that doesn't prove that God doesn't exist. But I guess, like, if we are taking this in context of Christianity, then yeah, I think it's kind of damning with just
What
how
do you
many
say?
people.
I had to do something else for a second. Oh, don't have to watch
For
it.
one, the fact that a human being has to tell you about the existence of your God proves there is no God. We would be
At least not
sorry.
that one. Maybe.
born with knowledge of its existence. Babies
I don't understand the question, but
No. Actually, maybe. I'm not sure how the cup sizes go, but maybe.
I do not I do not understand. But oh, see that was probably towards.
Yeah, I saw that, but
But bulls don't have boobs either.
no
I'm
ribs.
still confused. So
Baphomet.
wait, people keep commenting, and you're making me miss my clicks. So does that what bee are we? Oh, she's still talking to bee. Stop distracting me. Anyway, so I'm berating our viewers for commenting. That's fantastic.
Well, if Trump can do it.
No, Mod, it's not your fault. It's me. So, let's see. That's the other thing. I'm not used to, like, having so many viewers that that there's actually enough of you to talk amongst yourselves. Usually, like in the past, like our comments have been like one person, so like we're the only person for them to be talking to. So we just kind of assume
It's great. I enjoy
Anyway.
it. Does YouTube allow nipples? I bet if you dress them up as something else, it's fine.
Like I still have my port, which is like my bionic reverse nipple. Hopefully getting that taken out soon. We'll see how my next round of scans go for those following along at home. But yeah. Anyway, so this idea that, like, because there are people who don't believe in God, I would say no, it doesn't prove he doesn't exist. But I would say for the Christian God, it does problematize it quite severely.
Yeah.
So, but let's hear what Mike's excuse is.
Babies aren't born knowing we would be born with knowledge of its existence. Babies aren't born knowing anything at all.
See, here's the thing. What he just
Not
said there,
really.
he's basically just restating the problem. So he said, like, some people don't believe in God, and all he's saying is, like, babies don't believe in God. It's like, yes, that's the problem. So he's saying, oh, babies aren't born believing anything. Okay, why? Why can't people just be born with the capacity to believe things? Just saying, like, well, babies don't believe anything. It's like, yeah, that's part of the problem. It's like, you're just taking that as a given, as if that's how it has to be. But
yeah, they're born with a particular program, which I guess is like they instinctually know that they know where to get food. Like instinctually, nobody taught them that. Mm-hmm. So they are born kind of like knowing things, not necessarily mentally, but on a like a pre-programmed kind of way.
Yeah.
Babies are winger.
Hold on. Yeah. Well, sorry. It all in order. Winger sucks. Babies are dumb. Babies are winger. I think that's the transitive property. Is that? Are we doing algebra here? Is that what that is? So yeah. So saying, like, as like an answer to this, oh, babies don't believe in anything. Like, that's not the flex you think it is, dude. That's part of the problem. So, but let's let them cook.
How strange to suppose they will be born knowing about God. But research has shown that humans are
again, like, you would think, again, this is something I mentioned last week, I think, like, okay, just forget everything you know about reality. But just, if you're given the image, okay, this all-loving, all-perfect, all-powerful, omnipresent God who desires relationship with his creation, And then from just knowing that, imagine, okay, what would you think his creation would look like? I guarantee you, his creation of his most prized possession, his like favorite creatures that he made, not being able to even comprehend, well, first of all, just not being able to comprehend him, period, because they're on such a lower level than him. But for the first like several years of their life, not being able to really understand anything, like you would not guess that such a God would create things that way. I guarantee it. So
predisposed to believe in supernatural agency behind the world. God belief will crop up in humans unless indoctrinated supernatural agency behind the world. God belief born knowing about God. But research has shown that humans are predisposed to believe in supernatural agency behind the world. God belief.
But also, according to you, people are predisposed to just be sinful and have corrupt minds and be like futile in our thinking. It's like, so saying that like we're born like, because like, yes, like humans are wired to think there's something out there bigger than ourselves. Like, yeah, that doesn't mean we're correct.
Right.
I mean, that's something that
I think you, if you're going to make an assumption about what that shows, I think you got to dial it like back as far as you can. And I think what that shows is that humans are smart enough to feel uncomfortable about the things we don't understand. And so
yep.
we have to find a way that it makes sense. And so it's kind of the earliest scientific method. You're like, okay, what story about what's happening explains this? And then over time it gets refined because that story doesn't explain this anymore.
Real quick, I just want to say, because I'm actually 22, just appearance of age. Sorry. If you believe that, thank you. So,
I mean, we're all really just patterns of energy. I mean, that sounds hippie, but like, no, that's true.
Yeah.
It's like, what is age anyway? If it's all just like undying energy, which is really just the potential for work. We're made of the potential of things.
Yeah, whatever, Moonbeam. All right.
Belief will crop up in humans unless indoctrination pushes it out. So by your own standard, Brian, this is actually evidence for God. In supernatural agency behind the world. God belief will crop up in humans unless indoctrination pushes it out. So by your own standard, Brian, this is actually evidence for God. Number 2.
So people only stop believing in God because of indoctrination. What? Like, so Matt, when you stopped believing in God, who indoctrinated you to not believe in God anymore?
The devil. No, I was like, I just want to believe what's true. And I was like, hey, let's try to find the true. And turns out a lot of people are lying.
Yeah, apparently what indoctrinated me out of it was surviving stage 4 cancer. So I don't know if that's indoctrinating, but
I'm not sure we understand anything either, Missing Mod.
Well, maybe you don't understand. Well, maybe one of the things that you don't understand is how much we actually do understand things, and you're just misunderstanding our understanding. We're actually like fucking brilliant,
but we just don't understand. My ass. Well, I'm gonna say a bunch of things. They all mean something, but when I put them together, they mean confusion.
I don't know what that was, but I was glad.
I think it was. What was Kermit's nephew? I think it was the high version of that. Robin was high. That's what that was.
All right. Well, we still got a lot of dumb to get through here.
I was so distracted, but when he talks, he's like, "I got a boob. I got a boob. I got a boob. Squishy boob." Boob. That's just what happened. He does it over and over again with his hand motions. I'm like, he's holding a water balloon type of object.
Okay, from now on.
It's going to be so distracting from now on.
All right, chat. From now on, as he's talking with said hand motion, let us know in the comments what exact cup size you think he's grabbing a hold of. if that's cool with you. But I don't know.
Actually evidence for God. Number 2, a God belief is simply geography. Being raised in a religious home decides which God you believe in. What surprises me with this one is that it's based on an official logical fallacy called the genetic fallacy.
It's so not. Like, okay, so the argument that like what you believe depends on where you live and how that disproves a God who should want everyone to know him no matter where they live, and it should be like ubiquitous. It's not just Mike, but this is something a lot of apologists misunderstand. Like, this is not the genetic fallacy. I'll let him continue, but
Basically, you can't prove a belief wrong by criticizing where it came from, Richard Dawkins. What's equally embarrassing for those who hold to
Oh my God! That's what you
do
think.
you see? So Matt, do you see how he's missing the point here?
Where it came from? You mean like on a map? Like,
But no, okay. The argument is not that Christianity is wrong because it only comes from this certain region.
yeah.
No, the argument is, like I said, like if Christianity is true, you would expect it to be ubiquitous, and you would expect that it would not depend on where you were born, whether you believe it or not. That's the claim. That is not the genetic fallacy at all.
No.
Like I said, like Mike and so many other Christians misunderstand and mislabel the fallacy as that, and it's like, all right. So far, all right, we got a double M's. So M&Ms.
Well, he was doing.
So wait, is that like really small, like
karate chop things with his hand? That for a minute there. Now watch him like not do it the rest of the time he's doing the video. He just does chops.
Yeah. All right. Let's back him up and let's hear more about how wrong he is.
That's for
wrong by criticizing where it came
rules,
from.
Isn't it that graphic? No, that's from that website where you find your fallacy.
Yeah, this isn't rationality rules. Yeah, it's something else.
Okay, yeah.
Richard Dawkins. What's equally embarrassing for those who hold to number 2 is that by their own standard, their atheism is just a result of where they were born, and therefore they can't be trusted about atheism. So it's
again missing the point. Like that is not the standard that because he's breaking my brain so bad. It's one of those things. Like it's like that I understand. Like now that I'm a parent, because thinking back, like when you're a kid, like all the times when like your parents would like be like so upset that you like were doing a thing, but like they like had no words, or they just said something and it came out like really weird and confusing and whatever. It's like it's one of those instances where it's like you think something is so obvious that you would never imagine in a million years that you would have to actually explain it to someone. So when it comes to to the point where you do have to explain it to someone, like you just have no words. Like with my kids, it's like when my son would like, my daughter would just be like laying on the floor, like reading a book or playing with something, and he would just all of a sudden just like jump on her back, and I'm like, "Don't do that." And he's like, "Why?" I'm like, "Do I have to explain?" Like,
you are not a backpack.
But then he'd say something like, "What? I'm just using her as a surfboard." It's like, yes, I know that's what you're doing. That doesn't help. But that level of like, again, he is so missing the point. It's hard to really put into words. It's like, no, it's
amazing he's not doing it on purpose. That's what astonishes me all the time.
Right. Yeah, because he's saying like, oh, you saying that like, so yeah, so it's not saying that like your beliefs are wrong because like it's not saying a blanket beliefs are wrong if they only come from a certain place. So he's saying like,
no, that's what we call racism.
Right. But what he's saying is, given the claims of Christianity, it should not be the case that your beliefs are determined by where you live. But according to an atheistic worldview, if there is such a thing, or just in a worldview devoid of the Christian God or any similar God, then it makes perfect sense that your beliefs are determined by where you're born. Yeah.
Yeah. I really don't think most Christians, the huge majority of Christians are not lying when they say stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's more
Yeah,
complicated.
yeah. I don't know. Did one of us say someone was lying? I hope not. But
I think I did earlier, and I caught myself immediately afterwards, and I didn't correct it. I just let it go. But no, I
yeah,
don't think some people are lying, but those people are like televangelists who are in it for profit.
yeah,
I
or
actually
like
don't think
people.
they give a shit.
Yeah, I'd say like people like Kent Hovind. I have no problem calling him a liar, stuff like that. But
Well, he's a lying liar.
right, right. Ooh, starting
Atheanity.
Atheanity. I'm intrigued.
I like it.
Oh, it was Jimmy. Oh yeah, Jimmy was saying some things.
Oh,
See, that's why I
I
don't.
mean,
They're simply too dishonest. Okay, dishonest and liar, like not necessarily the same
like
thing.
you can be intellectually dishonest or emotionally
Oh
dishonest,
yeah,
which is
yeah,
different than lying or being
yeah.
openly dishonest.
Hmm.
I mean, because like part of you can know like maybe you're full of shit and you still say it, and
Yeah,
so like part of you thinks you're a liar, but not the rest of you.
yeah. And also, I mean, I know like from what I know of Jimmy, like, and again, Jimmy, correct me if I'm wrong and like misreading you. I know you don't think all Christians are
No,
completely dishonest or completely illogical.
yeah, Jimmy
Yeah,
uses hyperbole to make a point. That's what I'm
yeah,
gonna say.
yeah. But yeah, so, but I guess just in certain contexts, like say, like in a debate format, yeah, a lot of Christians, yeah, definitely.
I'll bet
So.
if you think his opinions are loud now, you should have met him when he was in the Air Force and drinking.
So all right, well, let's get back to why Mike is just so fucking stupid about this.
Fallacious and self-refuting. Number 3.
Oh,
There was no time before the Big Bang, so that means that there was no time for a God to exist or create things in.
You got it wrong.
Now, this objection actually
yeah. This is one like I mean, I'll let it play, but like unless you have anything to say specifically on this, Matt, like this is getting into like Big Bang cosmology and like what is time? When did it
I,
start? What does that even mean? Like, I
uh,
yeah.
I'll no, I just real briefly. All it seems
Mm.
like we know is that according to science about this pocket of reality, it looks like there was a start, a beginning, if you will, uh, because it looks like time and space came somewhere. Um, but yeah,
Yes. So yeah, to confirm, yeah, Jimmy says not all Christians are dishonest, but this jackball on the screen definitely is a lying sack of crap. Yep.
that man would deny Jesus to stay alive. Oh,
Ooh. Oh, it hurts. So
now I think everybody probably should.
right, yeah.
Because you can't
So
spread the gospel if you're dead.
right, that's one thing I definitely want to like instill in my children because like both of my kids are still Christian, but I try to instill in them like do not value martyrdom, please. So fortunately, like the church they attend, I'm pretty sure does not encourage that level
I
of
hope not.
thing. Yeah, they no longer go to Shoney's, by the way. So
Yeah.
those,
You are your greatest enemy at the Shoney's church.
yep. Well, so now I feel a little freer to dig into them later, which we.
Oh, that'll be such a good time.
Ooh. Yeah, so stay tuned for that. Anyway, for people who have no idea what the fuck we're talking about, that's
Stay
fine.
tuned for the big roasting.
All right.
touches on a powerful reason to believe in God. Since the universe is space, time, matter, and energy, then the thing that made the universe needs to be spaceless, timeless, immaterial, and incredibly powerful. The time
Okay,
No.
why does something that makes matter need to not be matter? Like, I can make a cake. Do I need to be cake to make cake?
No, this doesn't make any sense. This is like a says you thing, like because it's not even in the Bible.
Right.
It's a way to get.
Wait, sorry. I completely fucked that analogy up. Like, so yes, I am not cake, so I made cake. No, sorry. So yeah, I just
It
kind of
made
debunked
sense
myself.
to
No,
me
I mean,
when
but-
we said it.
it actually did it, and I'm super embarrassed about that. So like, nobody clip that.
All right.
No, because I had this analogy earlier. Like, Oh yeah, so but I can make cake. Cake is made of okay, that's where it was. Okay, cake is made of atoms and molecules. I am also made of atoms and molecules, so I can make another thing that is also made of atoms and molecules. So you do not need to be not a thing to make a thing, is what I'm saying. Yeah.
Right, because
Or I'm a person. I have made a couple people with the assistance of another person.
yeah. Also, people are made
And
up of dead
locked.
stuff.
No.
Like people are made up of dead stuff, yet we're alive.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
So,
honestly
'cause-
think either everything is alive or everything is dead, and like that distinction is an illusion. That's probably what's
yeah.
accurate.
Good.
But
Yeah, because that's the other thing. Like Christian, like other apologists will kind of use this the opposite. Because like in this instance, where they're saying, okay, not X or something has to be not X in order to make X. But then when it comes to like how like life emerged, they're like, well, how can you have life from non-life? It's like I don't know. How can you have material from immaterial? Or maybe that's where my cake example was. How can you have cake from non-cake? Like we do it all the time. Like is flour cake or eggs cake? Is sugar cake? Is milk cake? No, but you put them all together, they're cake. That's life. You take all these things that aren't alive, you put them together.
I mean,
In those combinations,
Like-
they're alive.
literally, the reason why there is anything at all is because the speed of light has a set speed. If the speed of light didn't have a particular speed or had a different certain speed, like the laws of physics may be completely different.
Yeah. But
Or
we'll get into fine tuning later. So
Yeah.
it
So-
gets to that. So,
I do
And-
like that Winger is a sack of crap without the sack. I do like that. That was like I think a Jimmy and Anarchic Fox combo. Also, it put the phrase "crap
Yeah.
golem" in my head.
I think what Fox is saying is his crap cannot be contained.
Also, the golem reference comes from X-Files, where there's a Fox Mulder in the show. We got a Fox combo and a golem crossover. I like it.
Sorry. Cake from non-cake was Bill Nicefield baking show.
Yeah, I'll bet he makes good cakes though.
Oh yeah. Anyway, so let's see. Like, so I guess in this instance, is Mike like trying to finger something?
He's doing it wrong.
Yeah, that's
Timeless nature of the origin of all things is another piece of evidence for God. Number 4, the Abrahamic God cannot exist because it wasn't the first God to be created. There are other gods that have been proclaimed to exist before this God. They can't all be true, so if we can deny the existence of one of these gods, we can use the same method to deny them all.
Didn't atheists really say this? This is garbage.
yeah. Which okay, again, there are good points in there somewhere.
Right.
So, but rest assured, Mike is not going to latch on to any of those. So,
This one is seriously confused. It assumes that God was created when Abraham existed, but that
oh, hold on. Someone's talking about my shirt. Some shirt looks like a sperm and an egg, actually. Well, I guess kind of. I think it's supposed to be more like a sun or something.
Yeah, kind of like a halo a bit.
Yeah. Which also, I always dig when people are like pointing out my shirts because, believe it or not, I actually put a lot of thought into like what shirt I wear every week. Because today I realized, I haven't worn this shirt on a show yet. So That's
So
all.
BS says he likes atheist Mike better. He can see himself having a beer with him. I kind of agree, but like I could see myself having a beer with him and telling him to do better.
I'd say in comparison to regular Mike, yes.
Oh, absolutely.
I feel
Which
like
is-
just like
Which is
in a
yeah.
but I feel like atheist Mike or Mick in a vacuum would suffocate and die. But sorry. So there goes that. But yes,
I think it's funny that he
I
thinks,
also think it's pretty cool. Also, like check out the band Humanity's Last Breath and the specific song that this shirt is inspired by. In Still, fucking amazing song. Check it out.
I do think it's telling and maybe sad that like the atheist impersonation that he's he thinks he's making the atheists look bad, but that's actually a more approachable human being than his actual personality.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. All right. So what did he just say? Oh, yeah. Like, there are other gods that existed before. Oh, yeah. Again, so this is just saying that there were other religions before. Like, no, that does not prove. Like, first of all, like the claim was that no gods exist. So, yeah, saying that a certain one existed after other ones were already established, like that in no way proves that no gods exist. That's, yeah.
I do need to get going shortly.
Yeah.
So that I don't stay up too late because I got to drive tomorrow for a few hours.
Yeah. Like, well, it's metal. So,
Actually,
sometimes the
metal
positivity is in embracing the cold reality and moving on from there.
Yeah, there's a lot of metal that like sounds really harsh and music is really harsh, but the message is really peaceful. There's a huge juxtaposition in a lot of it.
Yeah. So, yeah, absolutely. So yeah, check out that song "In Still" in particular by Humanity's Last Breath. It's fucking gorgeous. So yeah, so Matt, if you need to leave, depending on when you need to do, I may still just keep going if that's all right with you.
That's fine. Yeah, I don't need to leave quite yet, but like soon.
Yeah, and also like when Matt leaves, I'll probably put a link out in the chat if anyone else wants to join. Like, see if you can replace Matt.
You can.
Anywho, all right.
Death metal, no, that's probably black metal, right? I forget. I've listened to that before.
Well, they're you probably classify it as closer to death metal, but like it's maybe more to really get into the weeds. Fall or like genty, but like you can tell they've heard of Meshuggah, is what I'm saying.
Oh, all right,
but,
all right. Yeah.
Ooh, so we may have a Jimmy. All right. Actually, like, or Matt, is it all right with you if I go and throw the link out now, or do you want to finish strong, just the two of us? Or?
I'll finish strong. Let's do that.
All right.
Because I think if Jimmy comes on, I'll want to stay, and like I don't want to do that.
Yeah. So all right. Yeah. Actually, like Mod, I'd have you on if you really wanted to. That's fine. But,
Mod's a chaos agent.
Damn, you're.
Well, did he leave so he could watch Star Wars 2 before he goes to bed?
Anyway, all right. So let's hear again. Mike attack this admittedly weak point for what the stated premise was, but then completely miss all the actual. Let's just go like. Sorry to back him up again, but
things is another piece of evidence for God. Number 4, the Abrahamic God cannot exist because it wasn't the first God to be created. No. There are other gods that have been proclaimed to exist before this God. They can't all be true, so if we can deny the existence of one of these gods, we can use the same method to deny them all.
Again, like
the ending part
stated premise, this is bad, but given the nature that we're told that this God of Christianity has, the fact that people believe in so many different other gods in different parts of the world, I guess this is kind of connected to that other point about like depending on where you are in the world, and especially like not just locationally but temporally, like at what time were you born in different parts of the world. Like, so yeah, so in that sense, this is a good case against specifically the Christian God, in that there was like so much time and so many other locations where people had no idea that he existed, but in fact believed in completely other gods, and Yahweh or whoever didn't correct them. So
is Mod saying she's male? Because PS goes, all the strong male roles in my life bail, and then missing Mod.
Oh, okay. Your own dad, just like Jesus. Okay, so the lore deepens. So.
His dad who killed him so that he could feel better.
It's like, no, there's no kidding here, Mod. We're all completely serious 100% of the fucking time.
It's been a psyop the whole time.
Come on. Anyway.
We are a cautionary tale.
This one is seriously confused. It assumes that God was created when Abraham existed, but that assumes atheism to prove atheism.
What?
Right. Yeah, that's what he's saying.
What? How do you...
Because here's the thing. Yahweh was so clearly created, whether or not it was with Abraham, but at a certain point in history. Like, take a certain point in history when like the Canaanites or whoever it was came up with him. Before that, and in so many other parts of the world, Yahweh didn't exist. So yes, Yahweh being created proves that, yeah, probably not actually a thing. So
what? Self-inseminating. Are you saying that God inseminated Jesus and birthed himself into existence? That's brand
or
new
was
information.
Mary actually God?
Yeah, on it. Yeah.
Hey, she's not the stepdad. She's just a dad who stepped up. Anyway, back to this dickhole.
Way to nut up, Mod.
Then it says that if all gods aren't real, then no God is real. That's like saying fake Van Goghs prove there are no real Van Goghs. Number 5.
No, it's not. Again, he's completely missing the point of the analogy. What
just happened?
Again, the real point buried in there is if there was one true God who wanted everyone to know him, it should be ubiquitous throughout all human history that this God is real. He's revealed himself to us. Now, they can still make the choice, again, assuming free will is a thing, whether or not to accept or reject him, but it should be known everywhere that this one true God exists. But the fact that it has not been known everywhere for all time that this one true God exists, then that's a strong case against his existence, or at least a strong case against his proposed nature of being someone who like wants us all to know him and who he is. Sorry for hitting the mic. Getting me all worked up. So
we just missed an explanation of why men's weenies are not long enough to reach their buttholes. So they can't be self-inseminating? What, so they don't have like little poop babies?
That's not how insemination works, Matt. Come on.
It's also not how poop works.
Fair enough. So again, I'm just going to leave this up here, hoping that at least Facebook chooses this as the freeze frame, because on YouTube, you know, shout out to Matt for his like awesome work on our thumbnails. We're still missing a few, but that's all right.
Yeah, no, I've got to work on some on vacation because they're fun to do. They make me laugh.
Yeah, the one for last week might be my favorite. Wes Huff, Lollipop Guild member. So it's either that or the Derek Lambert is a big strong man one. That was another one of my favorites. But our most viewed episode so far.
Oh, yeah, that was
Myth
fun.
Vision debacle. Oh, yeah.
I had the dumbest people comment on that one too.
But Kip liked it. I think that's actually one of the things that made Kip a fan of the show. So
Yeah.
if he's here or if he's dozed off again.
I was even on pain medication. I was on the oxytocin. No, the Oxycontin. Oxytocin is when you're breastfeeding. I wasn't on that.
Yeah, please don't. Anyway, all right. So yeah.
Mike's face says, I just pooped. What are you going to do about it?
All right, so Matt, are you good to go through another one of these, or when do you?
Yeah, I can keep going until about 11:45.
11:45. Alrighty. Cool.
God either allows the devil to exist and is an accomplice, or it isn't an all-powerful God. An all-powerful and loving God wouldn't allow the devil to exist. Isaiah 45, verse 7, King James Version. Many reasonable explanations.
Okay, Isaiah 45:7. Is that the one where he says, I create evil?
Oh, I hope so.
I think that is, but that's not really connected to the argument there, because it's really just all about whether or not. I mean, obviously, God created the angel who became the devil, according to some stories.
Mostly Zoroastrian stories.
Which again, this isn't.
Actually, no.
I mean, I guess
Never
this
mind.
could be.
I take back what
I
I just
guess
said.
this could be like disevidence of the existence of God. Again, giving the claim that
Gotta diss that evidence.
yeah, I'm good at the words. Where was I going? Yeah, so I think it can be this confirmation of this particular God that we're sold an image of.
Yeah.
Because, like, why does God let Satan continue to exist? I mean, look throughout the Old Testament. Like, God clearly has no problem destroying people that he sees as a problem.
And they're animals, too.
Right? So, again, like, take the story like the flood. Like, why didn't God also kill Satan along with most of humanity?
Yeah.
Like, because if God was
protecting Satan a little bit,
right? Because if God really was wanting to start over, then you think, okay, I'm also going to start off without that asshole who was the one who fucked us all up in the beginning.
Right?
He actually wasn't. But
flood
I'm not going to get into the whole I'm not going to get into the whole how our current Christian concept of Satan is nowhere to be found in the Old Testament, including the Garden of Eden. That was just a snake. Anyway,
so he kills everybody on Earth with a flood. Because they're so wicked and like can't survive, but then he believes supposedly the reason that all that happened.
Yeah, so
it's almost like that wasn't a character in that part of the Bible,
right? Yeah. So again, not proof that no gods exist, but strong evidence against the claims about the Christian God, for sure. The fact that he just lets Satan still go about. For some reason, I thought, it's like hope floats, but Satan floats.
Okay, BS has been either vapping or vaping. Is that like when you're fapping and vaping?
That's what I was going to say the
slang?
same thing. I was going to say the same thing, and I don't know if I'm amused or disheartened that we were both thinking.
Well, I watch British stuff. Taskmaster is growing on me lately, especially with Fuck, I don't remember.
I'm assuming like fapping and vaping is what Missing Mod is looking up. That's what I choose. That's what I choose to believe in my heart. So.
I kind of hope a little bit that's what she finds. Also, before Jimmy, did you say you said SMFH? Was that stupid motherfucking honky? Is that what you said? Is that what that's a short for?
It's shaking my fucking head. But
I
like what you said better.
I like the alternate. Yeah.
Yes. That's what it means from now on.
Yeah.
So let it be written, so let it be done.
Stupid motherfucking honky.
Wait, vabbing? Now I'm even more confused.
I don't know what that is.
Is that vaping and dabbing?
At the same time, I'm amazed he's still conscious.
Oh, good. She found the vaping and fapping. All right. I'm happy for you, Mod. So
you found it.
Enjoy.
You found a little slice.
Nations have been offered as to why.
Wait, and for I'll be honest, for a split second in the back of my head, I was like, wait, she found something online that was like vaping and fapping at the same time. I was like, crap, did I accidentally start an OnlyFans and not remember? But hey, if I did, please subscribe. I could use the money. I'm scared. Oh, she did find it. Okay, yep, that's my channel. Your reaction is appropriate. So. But yes, all the alternates. I don't know which part of this completely fucked up conversation you're referring to.
Maybe the stupid motherfucking honky.
or whatever it was. Whatever we're talking about is so much better than.
I would love to shout that at somebody who's white. I'd be so confused.
That is something I wish I said more often when white people bug me. It's like, fucking honkies. Anyway. You're scared. Oh, yep, you definitely found it then. So, yeah. Anyway. Did I already say that? My bad. Hold on, that's what you're doing? All right, this... I can't believe I'm saying this, but like I feel like I need to go back to Mike for safety.
Why God allows evil. And if they are even possibly true, then this objection fails. And that's why no scholars today promote this objection. On Isaiah 45:7, where it says God created evil, I have a whole video on that linked in the description below. Number 6.
Okay, and by that, like, he totally like cheated on the challenge of addressing all of these in under 3 minutes. Like when he's like, "Oh, watch this other video." It's like an hour long or so. It's like, then you immediately failed the challenge, dude. So,
also, missing mod. You know they do that because it works, right? Like, I know you're saying, like, ooh, gross. It is also a little gross, but, like, what did you think happened when we were in the jungle? I mean, have you seen a fucking bonobo? Like, that's what we're, like, pretty closely related to. They hump each other just for shits and giggles. Like,
among other things.
Yep. Yeah. For hoots and hollers.
They get a lot of that too.
No. The God of the Bible is jealous of other gods. This proves that this God is not the only one. With multiple choices only shows that there is no reason to choose just one. If a God were true, there would be no other options. I don't even know where to...
This is... Oh, they really did pick, like, the worst person. Why is this atheist making, like, the bad versions of things he doesn't have to?
This works as, again, this doesn't prove that no gods exist. If anything, this is like an internal critique of the Bible and saying that the Bible is claiming that multiple gods exist, which certain parts of the Bible, it absolutely is making that claim. Like, Kip, wake up and back me up on this. But
I don't know how I feel that we helped Kip fall asleep.
Yeah.
I mean, it means he trusts us enough with his ears.
Oh, yeah. We're a safe place for him to fall asleep. Yes.
Yeah, the Americans are a safe place for the Canadian. That's a switch.
Cool. Thank you.
I know, it's flattering.
Yeah, and I haven't even made croffles. But yeah, so the claim that...
Goddamn BS. When my sister needs to catch stray cats, she laughs. You're talking about your sister. Hey, my sister, and also canned fish. You're just like...
Oh, anyway, so... All right, so this claim that because the Bible claims other gods exist, like you said, that doesn't disprove gods, obviously, but it does make claims, well, I guess, current claims about the Christian God makes them seem a little sus.
Begin with this one. First, if you're taking the Bible as true, which this objection depends on, then you realize that these other gods are at worst fake or at best demons and lesser spiritual beings.
No, you do not assume that. You assume if you're taking first of all, again, Mike, it's called an internal critique. So yes, if he is taking the Bible at face value, then no, it's not saying that all these other things are lesser. Like, let me back that up, make sure I'm hearing him correctly.
You probably are.
Would be no other options. I don't even know where to begin with this one. First, if you're taking the Bible as true, which this objection depends on, then you realize that these other gods are at worst fake or at best demons and lesser spiritual.
Yeah,
no.
A lot of Christians do not understand internal critiques. You're like assuming what you're saying is true. And they're like,
but also he's missing the point. Like, so it seems like I'm assuming this is the case with Mike, that he does not agree that so many parts of the Bible are polytheistic or henotheistic, I think, is the word for when you recognize there are multiple gods, but you only worship one, or a monolatrous is another
Yeah,
term
they
for
kind
that.
of mean the same thing, don't they? Monolatrous and what you said.
Henotheistic, I think. But yeah, but he's saying, well, if you're taking what the Bible says, then that just means they're fake or demons. Like, no, if you're taking the Bible at what it says in this case, then no, those are other gods, because that is what it fucking says. It doesn't say like God is the best over all other demons and fake gods. It says like, no, God is the best among the other gods, and it means it when it says that.
It's in the Ten Commandments. No other God before me. It didn't say no other gods, period, because they don't fucking exist. It was like, yeah, they exist, but I'm the best.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. So let's see him continue to misunderstand in the couple minutes you have left.
Beings, ontologically nothing like God Almighty. And number 2, on God's jealousy, since the worship of false gods requires people to treat those gods as if they're real by sacrificing to false gods, going to temples, doing sexual rituals, God can be jealous for those people with or without those gods being real. Number 3, you're literally taking a warning passage about worshiping false gods and using it as an excuse to reject the true God. Number 7.
No, it's not a warning passage about false gods. It's a warning passage about other gods that are totally real, but not as awesome. Like,
because that's how everybody wrote about that same thing during that time period. Like that's how reason why people think that's what they were doing is because we see other religions doing the same thing, or other sects maybe of the same religion during that time period. It's just a thing people did.
Yeah. All right.
Because nationalism. We wouldn't know anything about that in our country. You know, having a god for your nation.
Right. All right. So it's almost 11:45, 11:44, and he's about to start on another point. So I'm assuming, like, do you want? I'm not sure if you want to start.
I want to see the next point. Yeah.
You want to see it? Okay.
Yeah.
7. There is no evidence that spirit energy exists. So we can conclude that psychics, ghosts, and gods are non-existent. Otherwise, God has nothing to be made of. Christianity.
They really did choose the atheist the worst at this.
Yeah. Which, again, there are good points in there, but not in service of the premise that this proves that no gods exist. It's like,
jumping the gun a little bit. Like, maybe you could get there eventually, but like you skipped some steps. It doesn't directly follow.
Right.
Yeah. And then why would if there was something that is a spiritual energy that is measurable, right? You can prove it's there.
Right. You talk. I'll be right back.
Okay. Then you're just going to end up proving that it's a part of nature. And I'm not ruling out that there is something spiritual that is a part of nature, and we call it spiritual because it's on like levels of understanding above us. Because like there is definitely something above us in a way that like we are above ants, and it's probably super tragic to an ant when we step on it, but we don't give a shit. Like there's something like us, like that, like us in the universe towards us, the ants. We're not going to be able to understand a lot about that. So if there's something like a god, I think is part of nature. The term supernatural doesn't make any sense to me, because if it's interacting with us as part of our sphere of existence, I don't get it. There is a branch of belief called Rosicrucian that's supposedly what they've done is they've treated it like a science, and like what actually works, what actually has an impact. And I don't know if I like that approach. Scientificizing the religion boys.
Yeah. Yeah. Shots fired.
Like, I'm just saying, there's shit we don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
Things bigger than me go boom.
Sans are incels.
I believe it.
I'll take your word for it. I don't want to know how you tried to test that.
Bunch of drones.
It's like, I tried. They just... Yeah. Sorry. Anyway.
I'm just like, incels, that's when they need to have a man camp where somebody just goes, no. Now, hear me when I say this. Something about you makes you an unappealing human being. And it's probably your outlook on life, where you're the victim, and that's, yeah.
Just little things like that.
Yeah. Maybe see a therapist. You'll get better.
Oh, here's hoping. Yeah. All right. So do you want to hear Mike's response to this before you go, or do you need to get going?
Yeah, let's hear his response.
No.
He keeps touching his face a lot. Is that his happy place?
Well, he got tired of cupping the boobs. He's like,
I am my happy place.
He
Retreat
does not
unto
depend
me.
on the existence of spiritual energy any more than it depends on the existence of Santa's flying sleigh. God isn't made of something that is part of creation. If he was, it would actually be a good reason.
Hold on. Well, if God isn't spiritual energy, well, so he's saying he knows what God is made of, and it's definitely not that.
It's like God is made of things that we can't measure. It's because it's not part of the anything. Look, if it's interacting in our existence, then it is interacting with space and time, which means to be in space and time, you have to have space and time as part of your dimensions of being.
Yeah, or like you at least need the ability to interact with matter, to do things that things made of matter will react to and notice. It's like, yeah, to me, the whole, like, and this is something I want to do like a fuller episode on later, is this whole, like, how does science disprove religion or faith or spirituality or whatever? It's like, I mean, it certainly doesn't prove it, and people say, oh, well, that's because things in the spiritual realm are just like beyond science. And like, okay, is it that science isn't detecting any of these things because they just exist outside of the scope, or just because they don't exist? Because both of those things are indistinguishable.
Yeah.
It's like,
seems like a problem.
Yeah, it's like, oh, it's not. It's like, yeah, okay, the fact that you can't perceive it or know that it's there at all just means it's beyond your perception. It's like, yes, that's also how you describe things that aren't real. It's like, things that aren't real, I also cannot perceive and cannot interact with and cannot understand and cannot measure. It's like, so how? Yeah.
Also, Anarchic Fox says he's curious. I'm assuming I don't know if I should do that.
I think it is.
Okay, curious about how many answer on a QAnon Discord chat. Now, you said that, and I was like, it really does sound like a bunch of drones in search of a queen. And, like, I mean that both ways. Like, in search of a woman they can worship, and possibly in search of a dude they can worship. Like, there is, like, a closeted vibe coming from a lot of guys who get vocal about stuff.
Yeah.
I like a Mike Winger.
No, there you go. There you go. There you go. Yeah, so that's my thing. Yeah, science can't disprove God, right? Because it doesn't recognize it. Like a person taking ghosts to court, you can't. But here's the thing: like, ghosts also don't exist. So
at least there's no evidence they do, except
right,
people get the heebie-jeebies.
Yeah, they, them, but no big. All right, they.
Excellent.
Fox is them. You got it. All right. And thank you for sharing that with us.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. In case it wasn't obvious, I'm a he, him. So,
Yeah, I'm a he. I
He is
wouldn't be
not
offended
him.
by they them either.
Yeah. So, anyway. All right. So keep going, or
Yeah, we're close to 12 at this point. Let's just do it.
all right, it's up to you, man. I'm just waiting to bring other people on too. So just let me know.
And to reject belief in God in the Christian sense. Number 8, there is no such thing as nothing. For nothing to exist would cause it to be something. Creationists believe that God created the universe out of literally nothing. Oh,
That's kind of just
Again.
semantics.
Yeah, not. This is one I remember as I was watching this earlier.
Daddy chill. I like that. Yeah.
What?
Because Lewis says daddy chill.
Oh. Hmm. Yeah.
Is that a Sir Sick
Oh, yeah.
reference? I
got
love it.
that.
Wait, is that where that's from? Is that a Sir Sick thing? Daddy chill. No, that's from something else. Fuck.
I don't think so.
That's something I watch.
But also, Fox, anytime. My pleasure.
Yeah.
So, wow, that is brave. That is brave.
Dangerous. Yeah. Maybe reckless.
Well, as you said, agent of chaos. So there you go.
Yeah. It's just like rapid fire hand grenades sometimes.
But yeah, like, yeah, but like I said, with this argument that, this Brian, I think their name was, yeah, saying like the whole like, can it come from nothing? Like nothing has to be something. Like, yeah, I don't know if I.
It's kind of like a big. So what?
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah.
Because
So do
now
you
all
wanna hear
somebody has
how-
to argue is a different definition of nothing and something, and
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So let's hear how Mike responds to this.
it looks happy.
the only people I've actually heard say that nothing is something are atheists. Like, look at physicist Lawrence Krauss, who likes to promote that view.
But they refuse.
He gives
Okay,
his
first-
definition of nothing and something, and it's not what you think.
Yeah, it's like read his fucking book. Now, I am by no means any like Lawrence Krauss apologist. I kind of stopped following the guy a while ago, but
Yeah.
there are some things he's really good on. Like when he just like, yeah, he's a brilliant. I don't remember what branch of science he's in. Like something involving physics. I don't know if he was an like astronomer, cosmologist, whatever the name is. Like he studies like big space things, from what I remember.
Two things bone to believe. What?
That's how that's how we all got here.
But
I
Lawrence
guess.
Krauss, like he defines nothing as something, like literally. So this doesn't even work.
Yeah,
You can't
there's
use him
also
for this.
yeah. So well, I guess like I was about to say, well, he's about to explain, but no, this is a clip that Mike is choosing to play, so I guarantee this is not
It's out of
gonna be the
context.
full
and- yeah.
representation of what he really means.
Accept
Smart
the
man
idea
is
that nothing might be a physical quantity.
But since we agree,
Yep. See? Yeah.
That's him explaining that he says he thinks nothing. He defines nothing as something because science, and
Hold on. Like, but most atheists don't like also do not believe in Satan. So even most
Yeah.
Satanists do not believe in Satan.
that's
So,
that's very true. They believe
Yeah.
in Satan as like a metaphorical concept.
yeah, an archetype.
Also,
yeah.
except for the ones that believe in an actual like literal Satan god, like Satanists are some of the coolest people. A flair for the dramatic.
Yeah, as I like to say, like Satanism is basically secular humanism for people who like wearing capes. So,
Mhm.
ooh, I'm a scientist too. I'm an astronomer.
See what you did
Made
with a
me
lot
giggle.
of labor. It's a much belabored pun.
we appreciate the effort that went into that. Thank you. All right, you got a few more minutes there, Matt.
Yeah.
Yeah, it had its moments.
That nothing's really nothing, the universe appearing from nothing is powerful evidence for a transcendent creator God. Number 9.
Yeah.
This is not a finely tuned.
Do you want to go on to he's going into fine tuning? Is this a conversation you want to?
No, I'm completely over that. I think I'll go.
Okay.
Yeah, the
All
fine
right,
tuning
well,
and just miss me with that anymore.
Right. Yeah. So before Matt goes, I went ahead and put the link out in the stream. So if anyone wants to join, see if you can replace Matt. Like literally anyone who's watching right now, you can join. All
You gotta do is the puddle analogy, and it's just done. So
yeah. So all right. Well, Matt, have a good vacation. We plan on being back next week.
Yeah, I will probably be back in time. But if we are having like super good vibing with the in-laws, then we'll stay the whole week.
Yeah,
but it's a lot of people in the house, and we don't necessarily like a lot of people for very long, so we might leave.
Yeah, right. And also next week, I may or may not be here because there's a whole thing like my daughter may be like going out of town to visit family, and I may need to go pick her up at some point, which might be Wednesday. So yeah, so next week it might be both of us. It might be just Matt. Might be just me. Might be neither of us. But remember, the following week. And speaking of someone who's in the hopper right now, Jimmy. I don't know if you heard, but in 2 weeks, on the 30th, we're welcoming Kyle Butler, who I know you're a fan of. So
really,
yes, really.
Nice.
We'll get Jimmy's full face in here in a second. The graphics in the way.
Yeah. So yeah. So I know Jimmy's going to be interested in tuning into that. So.
Oh, thanks.
You're welcome, brother.
Yep. We'll see what we can do.
I've been trying to do things at once tonight towards the later end.
Yeah, thanks, Fox.
Very vocal or chatty because I'm putting my music together for my Plex server finally. And so I've been ripping CDs and naming
Plex server, nice.
An MP3 tag to get everything done correctly because I hate when things are on there and it looks like crap. I'm OCD with my music. So.
Right. Oh, yeah, me too. I totally get you there. So, all right. Well, any parting words, Matt?
Well, I'll say, may your things and stuff be forever with your people.
I appreciate that. And the people do too. So.
All right, I got to fart, so I'm going to go.
All right, see you, Matt.
All right, bye.
Jimmy, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing all right, man. Just glad I was able to catch the show tonight. And yeah, this dude is a tool, bro. What he's doing, he's getting a lot of, if these are even real. Now, I've come to find out that some of these guys just make this shit up. But it sounds like he actually got it from somewhere. And he's just taking some really weak arguments. Because here's the thing. Well, you know how I am. Arguments hold zero water with me. I just want proof. It's like, I don't have to prove to you that a tree exists, that a car exists, that grass, it's just there. Why do we have to prove? Why do we have to go through the effort of proving that God exists? Or it's like, I don't know who said it. Some guy said it, some scientist, I think, or some really smart guy. He said, when you know something, you don't have to believe it. And when you believe something, that's because you don't know it. So everybody who is religious, you are free to believe what you want to, but please understand that means that you don't know any of it. It's something that you believe, which is fine. Right. Whatever the hell you want to. It's not the same thing as something that's actually real. So I just want to throw that
out. And that's why, because it's left to having to believe it.
Right.
That's why I am so disinclined to believe it, because given the stakes of what their beliefs are proposing, as in like this determines like literally like the fate of your eternal soul. Like that should, like whether or not I go to heaven or hell, or whether heaven and hell or even exist, or whether there is this God who loves me and wants to have a relationship with me, like that should not be left up to just belief. It's like at least some of that we should know.
Mhm.
And then from there, determine, okay, what do we do with that knowledge? What do we do with that information? Like, how do we live our lives based on that knowledge? Not just, well, that's what I think might be true. It's
Right.
like, yeah, because that was a big thing with my deconversion, especially coming off of like surviving cancer and thinking I was dying and then not. And then like, oh, what do I think of everything now? It's like, that's one of the things for me. It's like, I was done basing my life on anything that I was not sure of.
And
That's really what it came down to.
And real quick, the reason why I brought up the amount of time that humans have been on this planet versus religion, Christianity in specific, which is what I was talking about there, was Christianity, not Yahweh of the whole thing, just the Christianity part. Because apparently, if you weren't alive during the time of Christianity, what are you, fucked now? It doesn't make any fucking sense. Is what I'm trying to say. It's like, for an all-powerful creator of the whole universe, he's a pretty stupid piece of shit. He's a pretty stupid.
And welcome back, Big Bad Mama. Yes, the scientists are wrong. Types comment on computer.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah, that's something I know you talk about a lot, Jimmy. Is like the irony of people going on the internet to talk science.
Using the internet to tell me that science is bullshit. Go fuck yourself. I don't know who they think they're talking to. I'm not that dude. I'm just not. You know what I mean? I look, I say all the time, I give people freedom to believe what they want, because of course what I'm going to do, tell them not to believe. They can believe whatever the fuck they want to, but don't come at me with some bullshit. Science is garbage. Really? So how many cell phones have you used in your life there, Jack Ball? Are you driving a car with a computer chip in it? Have you watched TV lately? Give me a fucking break. Give me a fucking break.
Oh, okay. So Jimmy, awful mad at something that's not real. Like, are we mad at God?
No, I'm not mad at all. I just think it's funny. I think it's fucking hilarious. But the part that I am mad about is the evangelical right in this country, because they're trying to take away my rights to go fuck you in your religion. They're trying to mandate that I believe in this garbage, which I'm not going to.
Mm-hmm.
They can kiss my ass. You know this. You know me very well. I seriously mean this. If I died and Yahweh was real, I'd tell him to go fuck himself.
Mm-hmm.
I'd seriously tell him, go, well, what are you going to do, kill me again? Go fuck yourself, dude. Are you kidding me?
Yep.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's
so ridiculous.
That's why I tell Christians, like, who, fortunately, like, this has kind of like died down recently, but for a while there was like a good effort from a lot of people I knew trying to like win me back and like trying to reconvince me that God exists. Like, no, like yeah, I mean, I'm not mad at God because I don't believe it exists. It's like saying I'm mad at like Darth Vader or Voldemort or Sauron or whatever. But here's the thing: if I found out that God was real, like you said, then I would be pretty pissed at him. So what I like to tell Christians, it's like it's in your best interest that I don't believe that he exists, because otherwise I would hate him. But
it's like, I don't like to debate Christians. Big Bad Mama's cracking me up. I don't like to debate Christians because it's a waste of time. You can't reason and logic someone out of a decision that was made emotionally. You just can't. That's not how it works. If you reach a decision thinking and coming to reason and logic, then I can speak to you about that decision and maybe show you, blah, 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 this, that, and the other thing. Mm-hmm. But if you're totally just emotional and I believe, there's nothing you can say that's going to make me not believe, then I'm wasting my time trying to debate you. There's no debate
there. And I guess it also depends on what you think the point of the debate is. Like, if to get in a debate with someone with the hopes of changing their mind, like, that's probably not going to happen. But I can say from experience, like, I've changed a lot of my opinions from watching debates and hearing like both sides and like weighing things out.
How many religious people do that? I mean, here's my point.
Well, I did that. Well, honestly, I did that as a religious person.
Right.
That was one of the big reasons I left religion.
You always see I'm talking about people who are not brave enough to question their faith. People who are steadfast in their belief and aren't brave enough to ask the question. Because these are the same people, when you ask them the questions, they get defensive and they start name calling, they start backtracking, they get really emotional, shit like that. You know what I mean? And maybe it's just me, but I don't like to waste my time with that kind of stuff. Like Matt Dillon has more patience than I will ever have.
Right.
I couldn't do what he does every fucking week. Talk to these people and hear the same fucking shit. Like when I used to watch the Atheist Experience, every freaking show, it was some guy calling in or some woman calling in going, "Hey, I can prove there's God." And every single time, bumping.
Yeah.
Bumping.
Yeah, that's
like nothing.
Yeah, that would be like I've said before, like I have no intention of ever getting in a debate, partially just because I don't think I would perform very well. Like in this, like I just don't think I'd be a very good debater. But to me, like especially if the debate was, does God exist? Like for me, it would just be like I would show up for the debate. I'd see like my other person across the way there trying to prove God exists. Like my only question would be, all right, where is he?
Right. So
Oh, you didn't bring him? All right. Okay. Better luck next time. We'll do it again sometime. See if he comes out.
Yeah. Or what's going on there?
What's that?
Is Missing Mind being sarcastic with the brave enough to say the world wasn't created? And he's the only one name calling and getting angry? Who's he talking about?
Well, this is a she. This.
Oh, who's she talking about now?
Say the world wasn't created. I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't know if it's brave to say the world wasn't created. It's just I'm not convinced that it was created.
No, but, I think because when I said talk about people brave enough to question their faith, that's bravery. Because if you grew up in a household and your mom and dad told you from the time that you can understand them that God is real, Jesus is real, Buddha, whatever the case may be, at some point you have to be brave enough to question that and go and bring that to task. You know what I mean? So it's like you don't just say, I am, I'm just going to question my faith. There has to be something in you that makes you want to make sure what you're doing is correct or what you believe is actually true. A lot of people will blindly believe it because I truly believe this, that most people who are religious are just scared and fearful, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but as far as
I know you're reading the comments, but
yeah, sorry. Like as far as like getting angry, it's like I don't know if we're getting angry.
Yeah, I like the younger folks. I don't know how old she is, but it just seems like the younger folks, and because I'm old, but the younger folks and the way they do sarcasm now is not very straightforward and it's hard to figure out. So that's why I just grin and keep it moving because I don't know when somebody's joking or not. Because sometimes it comes from they're like speaking a different language. Because like I grew up in the 70s and 80s, so I was born in '68, so I'm an old dude.
Thanks for jumping on and making me feel young.
Oh well, I do what I can for my fans, baby.
See? I'm not angry. Well, just
how about angry? I've been smiling the whole freaking time.
Yeah.
Get to me though. I don't even know who the person is.
Yeah. Anyway, she's cool mostly. Anyway, all right. Well, so you want to get back to the video here?
Yeah, I want to hear what this sucker has to say.
Yeah, so let's hear what his atheist caricature is arguing next.
Okay. World created with us in mind. The sun gives you number 9. This is not a finely tuned world created with us in mind. The sun gives you cancer. Most of the water's undrinkable.
Can confirm. That one kills me every time.
Drinkable.
Almost literally.
And diseases run rampant. If there was an intelligent designer, there wouldn't be any mistakes. That's like saying...
So, Jimmy, you familiar with like the fine-tuning argument for the existence of God?
Kinda. Like I said, I really don't watch these debates, but fill me in real quick. Just make sure.
Well, it's basically like people say, "Oh, look, like how fine-tuned the universe had to be for life to exist." Like, there's all these parameters, like all the different forces and things, and the way physics works. That everything had to be just right. and the chances of everything being the way it is for life to exist is so minuscule, like that it couldn't be just by chance.
That's really an argument.
Yeah.
It's not finely tuned. There's actual animals. That, you know what? I'm not going to go into it, but that's bullshit. If I take my cue from the experts, and Neil deGrasse Tyson, who is an astrophysicist, is like, dude, our planet, not just the universe, but our whole planet is trying to kill us. How is this finally tuned for human beings? It's such bullshit.
Yeah. Now I can see, because again, if you got to look back like to when like the Bible was written, like they had no idea like how vast the universe was to them. Like reality was just us here on our planet that they also thought was flat. and the sky, like it wasn't like other planets, it was just like the stars and everything. They were just lights stuck in the firm dome. That's what the Bible means by the firmament. They thought it was a literal hard dome that like the sun and everything was just stuck in, and it moved around us. But like as far as reality and things that existed, it's like it's here on Earth and that's it.
If I'm muffled, I can fix that. Hold on, give me a second. We can fix that.
Yeah, you are muffled a little bit. Like, what are you using as a mic? You just using your laptop speaker, or you use
my laptop? I'll go ahead and
okay.
I'll pair up my my Bluetooth here.
Gotcha.
If I can do it. Hold on.
All right. So while you do that, I'll continue bloviating. So
blow what?
One way to find out.
Children could be watching. Come on, bro.
They're all in bed by now. So yeah, the fine tuning thing. So, but once you actually do look at the universe as it is and what we understand, like to me, if you're going to tell me the universe is fine tuned for anything, I'd say it seems mostly fine tuned for void and explosions.
Yes.
And things being on fire, like life. Like if you want to say, okay, this is something like me and Jimmy have talked about, even just taking Earth. And if you're going to try to tell me that Earth is fine tuned for life, that's like saying like someone builds like an apartment building. It's like, oh, this apartment building is fine tuned for humans to live in. Only you can only live in like a small part of it. Also, that part is on the roof. But if you go literally anywhere else in the building, you'll die within seconds. Like, would you say that that is fine tuned? I can hear you, but you're a little choppy. Well, try again. Try again. Keep talking. Let me see if I can hear you.
Hold on. All right, I can hear you again. I think.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I gotta fix it. Sorry. Hey, it's been you can fuck up the whole show.
Yeah, so this is Matt here in the chat, by the way. So apparently not going to bed. That's cool. But yeah, but trying to say that like the universe is fine tuned for life, like that's a hard sell. But yeah, also like BS makes a good point here. So fine tuning makes God weak. They really believe their God can make life anywhere, even on the sun and a black hole. Yeah, so that's another argument I've heard. Like fine tuning, in a way, is actually an argument against like such a God, because you would think that the universe wouldn't need to be so finely tuned for life. You'd think God would just make a universe that life could just be in a whole range of parameters, that it doesn't need to be like so specific and precarious, that if like the slightest thing is changed and life isn't possible, it's like that just shouldn't be the case. But but yeah. Which, by the way, like the link is out there. Like, obviously, like enjoy having Jimmy on, but if anyone else wants to join, I'll take other people as well. Does
my voice sound a lot better now?
Sorry, what was that? I guess not.
Does my voice sound a lot better now? Because I have my Bluetooth headphones on now.
It sounds better. There's a little bit of delay. I think that might just be like a video or internet connection thing, but.
Really?
I think it maybe sounds slightly better. Here, I'll turn you up a little bit. See if that helps. But
because I have really fast internet, so oh well.
Yeah, it could also be on my end since like I'm the one actually like hosting everything. But anyway, so yeah. Any other thoughts on, and at least initially, on the whole like fine tuning thing?
I just think from on the face of it, it's just bullcrap because things are not finely tuned. We've adapted. Like we've been on
Mhm.
this planet. We've been on this planet for 300,000 years, approximately, human beings, right?
Right.
And we've adapted and learned to. But there was a time in history where most people who were fortunate enough to be alive were dying very early because we had to adapt to the conditions, the pathogens, and all the things that are bacteria and all that stuff. That wasn't
Mhm.
something that we automatically figured out how to do. It's something that came with evolution. You know what I'm saying? It's like if it was finely tuned, we wouldn't have the difficulties we have on this
Right.
planet. I'm not talking about fuck space. I'm talking about on this fucking planet. I'm talking
Right.
in like just in one area, not even the whole planet. So I don't know what to tell you guys. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
Yes, they say I
Yeah.
sound like crap, but
Saying sit closer while he's using his headphones as the
get
mic.
close. If I
So,
sit any closer, I'll be sitting on the desk.
yeah.
I'm not. I'm
I
not
mean,
going to
he
sit on
sounds
the
fine.
desk.
I can hear you just fine.
I don't know. I don't know.
So I don't know, but yeah, maybe it's just compared to me. Maybe if I turn myself down a little bit, that might.
No, no, no. It
Well,
is what it is,
yeah,
bro. It is what it is.
yeah. But man, but yeah. Okay, so if I were to tell you that like anything is fine tuned for something, then you would think, oh, like then you should be able to go pretty much anywhere in this thing and be able to do the thing it is fine tuned for, right? So if I tell
Right.
you the universe is fine tuned for life, then I should be able to say, okay, well, if the universe is fine tuned for life, then I could tell you, okay, Jimmy, I'm just going to drop you at a random point in the universe.
Mm-hmm.
And if it was fine tuned for life, you'd be like, okay, put me anywhere. But like knowing what we know about the universe, no one would take that. Like, no,
No.
please do not drop me at a random point in the universe. I will probably die within seconds. Okay. But
Mm-hmm.
also, Mod, like, false. We do see evolution today. Look it up. but but the way I put it is like it's like so what you were saying, Jimmy, about how we adapt to our environment. The way I put it is like it's not that our environment was created for us, like we were created by our environment.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We are
Like
the environment is not a product of us. We're the product of the environment. Period.
right. And the reason that we are if you want to say humans are fine-tuned to live on earth, which again that's a bit of a hard sell, okay, but let's say okay, sure, we're fine-tuned to live here because we're living here. It's not because it was designed for us, it's because believe it or not, only life that is possible to live in a certain environment will live in a certain environment,
Right.
right? So it's not remarkable that the things that are possible to happen,
Mm-hmm.
and where life is and where humans are not able to survive, we
Mm-hmm.
don't.
It's just a simple
It's
case of
yeah,
action, reaction. That's all it is. That's all it is.
yeah. But also, Mod, I know you're trying to be funny, but uh, not
Yeah, I
landing.
know. I was about to say, what's wrong with being gay? I don't know what
Yeah,
the problem is.
yeah.
I mean, I'm not
You're
gay.
assuming.
I'm
Yeah,
not gay, but I don't have problems with people who are. I mean,
yeah. I know you're JK, but not funny. Not anyway.
yeah,
Um,
yeah, 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 yeah. It's all good.
so all right. Well, so let's hear
Yeah,
what
let's listen to this
Mike
guy.
here has.
We're not going to get mad with
Yeah,
bad landed jokes. We'll be all right with that. Let's listen to this guy.
yeah.
That cars aren't fine-tuned driving machines because they can cause car accidents. Fine-tuning is present in the universe because the odds are astronomical that any intelligent life could exist without.
Okay, so that analogy, he's saying it's
What?
like saying that cars aren't fine tuned because accidents happen. It's like no,
That's not. That's not even.
that's
Go
not
ahead.
analogous at all. Because so first of all, like again, that's the fault of the person operating it, not the fault of the person who designed it. So that's like saying if it's like we were saying, oh, So really, what he would be arguing against if it's as if someone was trying to make the case, well, no, Earth isn't fine tuned for life because we keep killing each other. It's like that's a completely different issue, you know. So
Yeah, I was about to say, if you don't mind,
yeah,
that analogy sucked because
hmm
we're comparing fallible human beings and their ability or inability to drive vehicles correctly, and also vehicles throughout history have been recalled for one reason or another.
hmm
So we're going to compare that to a God that creates a universe that's imperfect. So are you saying that God is no more infallible than we are? And if that's the case, then why are we wasting our time worshiping this piece of shit? I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense to me, bro. It's like
right,
make it make sense.
because here's the thing, like in this analogy, like the automobile, like it is still fine tuned for driving, whether or not the person operating it operates it properly.
True.
That's a completely different issue. So
Yeah, it could be a great car, but if a jackass is behind the
yeah,
wheel, it doesn't matter how great the car is. She still drove up on the sidewalk and killed 3 people.
yeah, but here, like again, like the fact that humans cannot survive in the vast majority of the universe, that's not because we're doing something wrong. It's because the way God made us is so that we cannot survive in a vast majority of the universe, let alone our own fucking planet. Because
Mm-hmm.
here's the thing, like people talk about like how much of like the surface of the earth, or I guess how little of the surface of the earth we can survive on, but like it's
Mm-hmm.
like we take for granted that like we only talk about the surface, like what like the earth is a sphere, like there's a whole interior of it that we also cannot survive on. Like that's why I say, like my analogy earlier, it's like saying I built this great apartment building for people, but you can only live on the roof. Like what like why can't we also live underground and throughout the whole thing? Like we just take for granted. It's like, well, of course not. Like, why? Of course not. Because it wasn't finely tuned for us to survive on it. At least
Right.
most of it.
Yeah.
So
We could only we could only swim down so far, and then we start to get crushed by the water.
yeah, and we cannot, and drown just because we can't even breathe in it. But yeah,
See, me and
yeah.
Anarchic Fox was thinking the same shit. Way to go, brother.
Mhm.
Exactly. It's fine tuned, but yeah, I go down too far and I come up too fast. I get the bend. You know what I mean? It's just silly.
Yeah. Or like he said earlier, like the sun literally gives us cancer, like gave me cancer, like damn near killed me had it not been
Yeah,
for the interventions of medical science. But oh, and there we go. Why are we only talking about human life?
exactly. Because
Well,
it's the same place religion came from. Ego. That's why BS.
yeah. Well, but the Earth actually does seem pretty fine tuned for cockroaches. Like those
Cockroaches is
suckers,
badass motherfuckers, man.
yeah, like they're damn near indestructible. Like maybe those are actually God's favorite species because they're the ones who,
Exactly.
like,
Cockroaches
well,
like Christianity, Buddhism. Nigga, y'all need to be cockroaches. Fuck that shit. We can live through atomic explosions. What the hell y'all talking about? We don't. You guys are weak.
mhm,
You know what I mean?
right,
We'll be
right.
around long after.
Well,
We'll be around long after you guys are gone.
and tardigrades. Yeah.
Yeah, tardigrades can. I was watching something the other week. Funny that they came up. Tardigrades can live through damn near anything.
hmm
Sub sub subarctic temperatures, all the way up to like high, like you know what I mean? Just like high, like
Oh yeah, I think they're
like
I think they're
ridiculous.
what they're called, like extremophiles, which means like they can live
Yeah,
in extreme environments. Yeah,
yeah,
but
it's crazy.
yeah, but also another aspect of this is like because people talk about how remarkable it is because the universe is so fine tuned for life, but that's just assuming that life is that remarkable of a thing that requires a special explanation.
Right.
They say, well, if the constants, like in all these different forces in the universe were any different, life wouldn't be possible. It's like, okay, but what else might be possible? Because like the way I think about it like this, okay, life is really just like a special form of, or biology is really just a special kind of chemistry.
Uh-huh.
And chemistry is really just a special kind of physics. So you think, okay, starting like base reality, like just like rocks or whatever, like collections of atoms. Certain collections of atoms form like chemicals, and certain chemicals form life, and certain life develops consciousness or whatever. So we're assuming that conscious life is the pinnacle.
Mm-hmm.
But like, what if like the parameters of the universe were such that there was something even more grand or higher than conscious life that we can't even comprehend was possible? So maybe like the universe isn't finely tuned because whatever is greater than conscious life isn't possible. Is that making sense?
Mm-hmm. I get
Yeah.
what
So but we because we are life forms,
mm-hmm.
obviously we think that life is something special that requires some special explanation. So like everyone says like Earth being like in the exact position that it is from the sun and like all these different things with our atmosphere, like this has to be so finely tuned for life, but no one like gives a shit like or talks about like how special it is that like Venus has to be so finely tuned for poisonous gases to be everywhere, because like we don't care about planets being covered with poisonous gas. But conditions had to be just as correct on Venus for what Venus is as conditions on Earth had to be correct for what Earth is. It's just
I
we
just
value one thing more than the other, and we think that requires a special explanation. But everything in the universe, like, just is what it is because that's what makes sense and what is possible for where it is.
I just think of it very simplistically. I think that the universe, the planet, there is just a result of cause and effect. So
Yeah.
I don't think any of the shit is literally planned out. It just happens that way. And it's like sometimes trying to understand some things is just like an exercise in futility, I think. Because there's just some things you're just not going to know. Like people go, why are we here? You're never going to know that answer. I don't think that's a knowable answer. I don't think that's going to be I think
Yeah.
the fact that our whole society is made up, right? The rules, the money, all the crap, all the stuff and the things and the stuff, it's all made up, right?
Mm-hmm.
You need to define that for yourself inside of what we've created over the last 300,000 years. You need to define for yourself what it means for you individually why you're here. Because Matt said something that I really liked, because I agree with it 100%. He said that together human beings can be kind of stupid when they're in herd mentality, which is true. But individually, we have some very, very intelligent people, some empathetic people, some compassionate people. But when you get in groups, it's not always, but most of the time, it's really bad, bro.
Yeah.
Not good.
Oftentimes. Yeah.
Yeah. Oftentimes, it's just like, why? It's like, wow, they put this group together to do one thing and they turn into a freaking shit show. It's like, what the hell happened? We were supposed to be going this way. Now we're zigzagging and going to totally opposite directions. It's like, what happened? So it's just weird.
Yeah.
It's weird.
But I will say I disagree that reality is human centric. Like, given like how very short an amount of time we have existed in reality and will exist, like the amount of time, like even like extrapolating farther, like to the point where Earth is no longer habitable for humanity. Like, you think like the entire lifespan of the universe, the amount of time that humans will end up occupying is like a blip.
Yeah, if you look at our lifespan, let's say 88 years, and then you look at the amount of time that people are alive as a whole, 300,000 years, and then you look at the amount of time the universe is supposed to be around, human beings are around for that long. Compared to let's say I'm the universe. All of human civilization just went by just like that.
Yeah.
In comparison.
Or even just like the existence of stars.
Yes, exactly.
Is a relatively like short blip on the universal timeline. So
again, here comes my thing. I told you this before weeks ago. If there really is a God who exists outside of time, which we really don't think that's a possible thing, but let's just for argument's sake say that's the truth. Not only does he not give a shit about us, He probably doesn't even perceive us at any level that means anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Much less
Which
give a
again,
shit. Much less give a shit if I like to play with my penis at night. You know what I mean? It's just stupid.
right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, which again, if you go back to like when all these religious texts were written and they had no concept of what the cosmos actually was, when their view of everything was like, oh, it's just us on this one flat piece of land and us existing as long as we think we've existed, like, oh, we're clearly like the main thing
Mhm.
here. So
Right.
clearly these gods care about us and we're the main deal. But yeah, but once the more we basically the more we learn about reality, the less important humanity looks, like
I'm telling you.
exponentially so. Now
I'm
we think we're important because we're humans, so
right.
yeah, I love me some Jimmy, I love people, I love existing, like, so yeah, so to me existence is like super awesome and important, but yeah, also realizing grand scheme of things, like, yeah,
I wouldn't say I
really
love her
does
though, but
matter.
I really have fond memories of the girl that served us at the Buffalo Wild Wings that night.
Yeah, when we
she,
hung out, yeah.
she was a nice kid. She
Yeah,
was a
she was
nice kid.
cool.
Yeah, she was pretty cool. I can't
Yeah,
remember her freaking
yeah,
name though. I can't remember her
yeah.
freaking
Me
name.
neither. Damn it. But
It
yeah,
saved my life.
yeah. That was a good time. So yeah, a lot of people are pretty awesome. I enjoy knowing people. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah,
But
I just,
yeah, like yeah,
I
yeah.
just
Like
don't
you always say to like to close your show is like you don't know how long you're going to be here. Just enjoy your time. That's all you can do,
exactly.
man.
I have no time.
Yeah.
That's another reason why I don't like to debate because I don't have time. I just don't. I'd rather be playing video games or going on one of my walks that I take, every month.
Yeah.
And I just found out today. You want to hear something crazy? I hate to go off topic, but you and
Oh,
Matt do it so much.
yeah. I was going to say like go off topic on this show. How dare you?
But if you're on a gazelle for 30 to 45 minutes
Mm-hmm.
without stopping, that's the same as walking 10,000 steps. I did not know that.
Hmm.
I just found that
Oh,
out
like
today.
that, like the gazelle, like the exercise machine thing.
Yeah, the thing that goes whoop,
Yeah.
whoop, whoop, and your legs are going
Yeah.
and your arms are going. Yeah, we got one of
Nice.
those. Yeah, my girl's had it since before I even met her, so she's had it for like over 10 years, at least.
Ah.
But I'm just like, I didn't even know that, so I have no excuses now. When it rains, just get on that freaking sucker and just go. You know what I
There
mean?
you go.
I can sit there
Mhm,
and do that while the TV's on because we got it out here in the main part of the basement. There's the floor where I can put the gazelle down because you can fold it up really and put it in a small space. But I can
mhm.
put it out there in front of the TV that's out there, turn on my favorite show or something, and just sit there and watch TV. And before I know it, I'll be like, oh shit, I've been going for like a whole hour-long show, which is really about 45 minutes.
Right,
And be
right.
good to go. So I was like that. I was like, you know what? This just made me not being a fat ass even easier. So
There you go, man.
I love getting old, brother. It's hilarious. Anyway,
Yeah,
let's do some more of this freaking
yeah. I was
crazy.
gonna say he's looks like he's got 21 seconds left. I don't remember where he's at. Let's see where we got him here.
About it being just the way it is. But fine tuning
Oh
does
yeah, the fine tuning thing. Let's back him up just a little bit.
Right.
there was an intelligent designer, there wouldn't be any mistakes. That's like saying that cars aren't fine-tuned driving machines because they can cause car accidents.
No.
Fine-tuning is present in the universe because the odds are astronomical that any intelligent life could exist without it being just the way it is. But fine-tuning doesn't mean perfectly safe and without dangers.
When
I mean,
if you're talking about God, it does. If you're talking about God, it does
Right.
seem perfect, you ass. Jesus.
And, like, and he just ended it there, like as if he's like, oh, yep, that was good enough. It's like, oh, like where to even? Oh, God, fucking damn it. Hold on, like since that was so short, I want to play that back. There was a couple things he said that I was just like,
there wouldn't be any mistakes. That's like
what did
Was that
T-Pain say? What did T-Pain say? God damn Jesus tap dancing Christ.
all the things.
Oh,
Like saying that cars aren't fine-tuned driving machines because they can cause car accidents.
No.
Fine-tuning is present in the universe because the odds are astronomical that any intelligent life could exist without it being just the way it is. But
Okay, so again, going back to my analogy, I don't know if you heard this part, like what I was talking about it earlier. Okay, forget everything you know about reality. Forget everything you know about the way the universe is, the way the cosmos are all set up. All you know is like someone just tells you, okay, reality was created by an all knowing, all powerful God who, above everything else, values life.
right.
If that's all you knew, and someone were to say, okay, now try to picture what the universe looks like given that,
Mm-hmm.
you come up with anything like what we have now?
Nope. As a matter of fact, I've said this before. If there was really a God who cared about us, who was really actually benevolent, if he was actually benevolent, our universe and this planet and us as people would be demonstrably different. Demonstrably
Right.
different. Because I'm hinging that on that particular word they use to describe their Yahweh as benevolent. This planet by itself, with us, these animals, and our environment, is anything but created by a benevolent being. It can't be so. If you understand the meaning of the word benevolent, he is not that.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
then again, I don't believe he exists anyway, so it's just all
Right.
hyperbole anyway. But yeah,
right. Yeah. But if I'm just told, okay, a God who values life is creating reality, like I would expect life to be just like ubiquitous, like life to be just existing everywhere, like all throughout it, like that it can exist everywhere.
mm-hmm.
But that's like, yeah, again, going back to like the apartment building analogy, is saying like I value housing for people, and then I build a building where like, okay, one person can live on one corner of the roof, and if he goes literally anywhere else in the building, he dies in 5 seconds. Like that would not. No one would say, "Oh, this building was built by someone who values human life." Like, like that. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
It's garbage.
tuning doesn't mean perfectly safe and without dangers. Number 10.
Yep. But you think
Why
it would
not?
at least be less dangerous than it
Did he
is?
say? Did he say? Back that up 5 seconds. I want to hear exactly what he said at that last part.
All right. 5, 3, 1.
I want to hear exactly what he said.
Astronomical that any intelligent life could exist without it being just the way it is. But fine-tuning doesn't mean perfectly safe and without dangers. Number 10. Evolution.
Why not? Why wouldn't that
Or-
be perfectly safe and? Because like if you fine tune your house for your child, when you put up the safety this and the safety that, and you actually never let your child get out of your sight, if anything happens to your child, it's going to be out of your control, right?
Yeah.
So
Welcome back,
why
Kip. Did you just wake up?
So
Sorry.
why wouldn't you fine tune your house and go, but you know what? I'm gonna fine tune my house, but I'm gonna let him be able to stick a fork in the fucking lights light socket and see what happens. Or I'm gonna fine tune. He can't walk outside, but I'm gonna leave the steak knife drawer just wide open. You know what I mean?
Right, so I'm laughing at that too, but I'm also laughing. So Kip was on here earlier, and I'm just also laughing
Did he fall
like,
asleep?
that he might be thinking like, "Oh man, it's so late. Like, what happened to Matt? He looks darker."
Ah, that's hilarious. I'm still
Anyway,
wearing glasses though.
ooh, yeah. So sorry. What were you just saying, Jimmy?
I'm saying that if you're going to be, he said that being finely tuned doesn't mean it's perfect. Why not? If you fine tune your house for your children, so okay, using the analogy that God is our Father,
Mhm.
God's the Father.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't He
Yeah.
protect His children from harm?
Exactly.
Why?
Now,
Why would He allow the devil, if the devil really exists? Why would He allow that
Yeah.
dude to tempt us in the first place?
right. Because here's the other thing. Because like the other things that Christians will claim when they talk about how fine-tuned like the earth in particular is, because they will point to things that God did do to protect us. They'll say like, oh, he gave us like things about like the atmosphere and the ozone and like the magnetosphere, how it protects us from, you know, the harmful rays in space, which again, in experience, we're not protected quite enough. But
Right.
like how like the magnetosphere or whatever can sometimes repel meteors or whatever. So okay, but let's just say, okay, God set the earth up perfectly so it protects us from all these dangerous things in space.
Mm-hmm.
Who put all those dangerous things in space?
It wasn't me. I wasn't born yet.
I mean, that's like, again, going back to talk about me and my kids. That's like if I like made dinner for my kids and I poisoned all the food, but then I
Right.
said, "Oh, but here, kids, I'm giving you an antidote. Aren't I such a loving father that I gave you the antidote for this poison that I also put in there?" It's like, no, just don't fucking poison it. Then, like, why do you want credit for saving us from a thing that you did to us? Yeah. It's like, yeah, I get it, Kip. I'm too hot for me to go to sleep too. I mean, what?
Don't you have AC, brother? It's cool
Anyway,
down here in my basement, baby. I'm loving it.
You hear that, everyone? Jimmy's inviting us all over to his basement. Let's go.
Bullshit. You gonna come to a locked door? And I'll put my earplugs in. You can bang all you want to. I won't hear shit.
And Jimmy's basement, like hell, is locked from the inside. So
Can't get to it but through the front door, and you ain't coming in my front door. So enjoy yourself.
all right. So let's hear what else Mick has to say about what atheists say about why God doesn't do the real.
Is obviously true. This means that we weren't created without dangers. Number 10. Evolution is obviously true. This means that we weren't created by magic and are somehow superior to the animal kingdom. No creator, no God. Evolution.
Which, I mean, this is something I think a lot of Christians, like the Christians who do accept evolution, and they say, well, it doesn't conflict with my faith at all, because, you know, you can take the Genesis creation story as allegory or metaphor. It wasn't talking about a literal 6 days. It was literally 6,000 years ago or whatever. But I think they discount what else is implied by the fact that evolution apparently is a fact. Because there's so many other aspects of the story that I think that really discredits, like the fact that humans are special. Like that is a huge like core part of the Christian and most religious stories. But like if you look at evolution, it's like we're really not that special. Like unique, sure, because every species is unique, but special, like no. Like if you look at like the tree of life and how evolution happened, like we fit in right alongside like all the rest of the apes, just like all the other animals fit in to their spots. So, and then also the whole how sin entered the world. Like, okay, yeah, it makes sense if like just 2 humans were created and they were the very first humans and they sinned and therefore sin happened and that they were the first ones with souls. But if we evolved and it was like just like a steady stream of like incremental changes, okay, at what point did this certain group of apes actually become people? Like when did they get souls? At what point did sin enter into it? And
well, I mean, you know, the apes never really became people. I mean, not the ones that are today, the common day apes.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, because
we branched off. We share a common ancestor with them.
yeah,
Right?
I mean, and we technically are still apes. Like,
We're apes, but you're talking about the us early.
Yeah.
Is that what you were referencing? I just want to make sure I understood you, because a lot of people like him would say that, well, if we, why are we still here if we evolved from apes? We didn't evolve from apes, you freaking weirdo. We share a common ancestor. But
well, no, we actually, my understanding is we actually are still apes. It's like
No,
we
no,
didn't.
no, we're still apes. But what they're
Yeah.
saying, if since
Yeah.
there's gorillas and chimpanzees now, how are we descended from them? I'm like, no, no one's ever said that. We're not descended from them. We have a common ancestor with chimpanzees, gorillas a little bit off, and orangutans are even further off. But we share a common ancestor closely to bonobos and chimps. Close. We're more closely related to bonobos than chimps.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and
And
actually,
then
we're
further away from that is gorillas, and then even farther
Yeah.
would be gorillas, and then lesser apes, gibbons. They're like way.
yeah, and
Some cousin,
real quick,
some cousin went way off the thing with the
yeah.
gibbon.
So yeah, we appear pretty special because yes, to us we are special, and all the things that we
Yeah.
come up with, we think we're special, and all the things that like other species come up with, if they had the capacity, they think they're pretty special too. But yes, Mod is a Christian. They are experts at being confidently wrong. No notes. So
Is Missing Mata Christian?
yes,
Wow. Okay. Now I understand. Now I understand how to take them. Okay, cool.
yep, yeah, she's
And
cool
if
though
we-
for the most part.
But she's a he she. I mean, she's a she her or her she. Or her
She, yes,
She's a she her. Okay, gotcha.
yeah, she's a chocolate bar. No,
She's a Hershey. Okay, gotcha.
um,
So if she's a
So-
she, then she doesn't have the almonds, then, right? But anyway, go ahead. See, I can do bad jokes too.
Yeah, it's a gift. But yeah, what are we talking about? Yeah, so we're apes. We just fit in
Yeah.
everywhere. Yeah. So yeah, so that's why I said like when Christians are willing to accept evolution, it's like I think they're conceding way more than they realize, and I think it actually does undermine so much more of the Christian narrative than they probably realize. But
Oh yeah, definitely.
yeah.
If you do accept it, is just another reason to believe in God. If an explosion can make all
If you accept evolution and the Big Bang, I guess.
this through natural processes, then it was an explosion that was very highly specialized and engineered by an intelligence that wanted this to happen. So that's how I did.
No, again, like
How do you know?
yeah, no, because again, to say that the result of the Big Bang was what it was because it had to be designed. Again, you're having to privilege what is and just assume that this was a desired outcome. But like from what we can tell, the way the Big Bang happened and the way things are now is what you would expect because that's just how physics works. It's like if I were to like, so say like my beer that I have here, if I were to just like dump it out on the floor, like you would say, oh, that's just like a random splattering of the liquid. But the thing is, like every single molecule of that liquid, like wherever it lands, is there? It's not actually random. It's like every single part of it goes where it goes because of physics, basically.
Right.
It's like force of gravity, like velocity, direction, everything. But so really, and also you got to think like, because like beforehand, if you were able to actually like number all the different molecules that are in my glass right now, and you think, okay, after I pour it out, what are the chances that each one of those molecules ends up where it is? Like it's like exponentially
Right.
like impossible to guess. Like so really any combination is technically very improbable to the point of being statistically impossible.
Right.
But still, what ends up happening still ends up happening, even though it was technically statistically impossible. So same with what happened with the Big Bang. Like what the way the universe turned out after the Big Bang is just the way things turn out after a Big Bang. Again, we're assuming what happened is so special that it requires some special explanation. It's like, no, like things could have been a lot better, especially even just in terms of life. Like the Big Bang could have happened in such a way that life would have been more like prominent in the universe, but it didn't. So honestly, like they say like, oh, life had such an exponentially small chance of happening. Well, look, like throughout the entire cosmos, life happened exponentially smallly, I guess you say. Like, so say like there's like a billion galaxies out there. It's like, well, life had 1,000,000,001 chance to happen. It's like, well, there's more than 1,000,000,000 galaxies, so the odds make sense. So
I think a lot of people try to insert purpose where there is none. Like, there's going to be a reason why it's raining. No, it's just raining. The rain isn't going. The rain isn't going. I need to rain so Farmer Brown can get his crops going. It just rains, or it doesn't rain.
Right.
There's no purpose behind any of this shit.
Yeah, but to answer Mod's question, what about love? That's really special. Again, to us, love is special.
Yeah.
Like cockroaches don't give a shit. Like black holes don't give a shit. Stars don't give a shit.
As a matter of fact, we have no way of knowing. Cockroaches probably care about love, but to them, it's a different thing. It's not the same as us. We can't talk to cockroaches. So they may love in a different way than we love, as far as what we understand love is.
Mm-hmm.
What they may do for each other is a different thing. Just like ants or spiders or lizards or whatever.
Yeah, even in human history, love has meant different things. So, like what? So anyway, all right. So I think Mike's done here. Yeah, I think that was
in the immortal words of Tina Turner. What's love got to do?
All right, let's get Mike out of here. So, so I mean, the link is still out there if anyone else wanted to jump on, but I mean, it's getting late. I'm probably going to have to hop off soon anyway. So never mind.
You have to work.
We're closed.
Yeah, so, we're closed.
Yeah, but yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks for jumping on, Jimmy. This was fun.
I'm glad I'm sorry we had audio issues, but
yeah, I mean, I can hear you just fine.
Maybe I can use my newer laptop next time. That one's really fast. It's got a Ryzen 7 in it, and it's really fast. Yeah, it's really nice. So I'll use that one next time. Maybe to make a difference.
Awesome. Yeah, like I said, yeah. So as we mentioned before, Jimmy left a link in the chat to his show.
Yes.
So yeah, tell us about your show. Plug yourself.
I'll be on tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Excuse me. It's not Standard Time right now. It's Daylight Time. So I'll be on at 7 Central, 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific, if I'll do all that. But it's called Unreligious. And tomorrow night, I will tell you guys what I'm talking about now. For tomorrow night, I'm going to be getting on the Black Christians, because when I say what I have to say, you'll see where I'm coming from. You got
a new sub, so
yeah, it's not. Well, I appreciate the new subs. I don't. It doesn't make any sense to me why Black folks are Christians, especially the Black folks that are here in the United States who have ties to slavery. It makes no sense. So I'm going to go into all of that, how original Christianity then co-opted by Europe, and then whitewashed, and then Africa and chattel slavery, United States, and we'll get all into that. I have all day tomorrow while I'm working, because my work is not hard. But anyway, I have all day tomorrow to piece this together, and then I'll be ready to go tomorrow night. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be the best podcast ever that's ever been podcasted.
You have the best words.
I have the best words, and I'm the smartest and strongest guy ever in history. So yes. Hate that
I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, like I said, like tomorrow night, I may or may not be around while your show's on, but I'll at least watch it on the replay. But yeah, I will catch it live if I can. So
thanks, and thanks for the compliment there, Anarchic. I appreciate your kind words, sir. I'm actually going to be. It's going to be a longer show tomorrow, because.
Cool.
Although I don't like to apologize, I'm going to say that I'm not trying to pick on Black Christians, but y'all got to stop. Y'all got to stop. You just got to stop. It's ridiculous at this point. So we'll get into it tomorrow, and
I'm looking forward to it.
We'll see what happens, and we'll see how many people I piss off. Maybe I'll get lucky and go viral. Who knows? I don't know, but I got to tell the truth, and I'll be shaving. I'll be cleanly shaven tomorrow. I've been lazy. I was lazy today. I suppose
I've been lazy for a while. So
yeah,
but
I can't let it go too much more. It'll start hurting.
Yeah, there's that phase. Like speaking of plugging people, Missing Mod will be live at noon.
Huh? Really? I have to check you out.
If you guys want to troll.
No, I'm not. I don't troll anybody. I'll just watch. I'm a nice person, so I would never do that.
Yeah, I'll be working. I might be able to catch it. We'll see. But yeah, thanks for letting us know. So yeah, thanks again, Jamie. Thanks everyone who joined in the chat. This was fun. So. Like I said, next week it's kind of up in the air what it's going to look like for me or Matt, because like we both may or may not have plans next Wednesday evening. So, but definitely the week after that, on the 30th, we're having Kyle Butler on, which we've been trying to get him on for a while now. So finally, yeah, glad to land him. So that'll be a really good show. I'm looking forward to it. So, all right, well, Jimmy, any parting words for the folks?
No, just everybody be nice. Be nice.
There you go. All right. And I guess as Matt usually says, to close out the show, sorry, I'm just looking at all the good nights, everyone, in the chat there. As Matt usually says to close out the show, may your things and stuff be forever with your people. And as I usually say, we'll see you next week. But like I just said, maybe. So see you eventually. All right. Good night, everybody.